We go to Deion Sanders.
I'll give you guys this right now. I've made a decision that Juju is going to redshirt. That's my decision. I want what's best for the kid, what's best for his family, what's best for this.
So the decision is to redshirt Juju. We're going to get into the Nuggets here a little bit and some Broncos and all that. But just on this tip. Right decision, wrong decision. How do you feel about the decision to redshirt? And basically what you're doing, too, is you're conceding that we're just going to get our asses handed to us by Kansas State.
In college sports, Darren, I'll ask you a question. Didn't it used to be or was supposed to be, I don't know if it's ever used to be, I don't know if it is now, but isn't it supposed to be what's kind of best for the kid?
Yes.
And is them redshirting him and make sure he has 4 years eligibility not best for the kid?
It's
Who's
best
a young guy, as you pointed out.
It's best for the kid and best for the program if they can keep him here.
If they can keep him. Now you set up, if you can get him back, now it's like Bo Nix coming here. Now you got your quarterback. Okay, let's fill it around. Let's go. So it's the same philosophy, isn't it? You've got your you got your young quarterback. Let's go.
Prime today was he's been very reflective on things because he screwed this all up. Now, I do feel for him because during his press conference he said today, hey, this has been a tough year for the Sanders family. And I understand they're wealthy and privileged and the whole thing. I do get that. So, but if you just take that away just for a second, Prime had cancer and had to battle that. Oh, my God. I mean, whoa, right? I mean, we have Depends on the sideline as a sponsor. That's some heavy stuff he had to go through. Shedeur, while being drafted, did suffer the humiliation of
laughingstock of the draft.
Ain't no doubt about it. And he'll be remembered always for that. There's never been some year for them, never mind what's happened on the football field at CU. So when Prime says it's been a heck of a year for the Sanders family, I'm with you on that. It's been a rough year. You're going to have to check yourself a little bit on things. That being said, a lot of things that were in Prime's control, he screwed up too. Personnel, he screwed up in terms of the team. He didn't evaluate things right. He didn't manage games right. It's obvious he doesn't have the right coaching staff, and they have suffered humiliating defeats that existed before he got there that we thought we were kind of done with. Never mind not winning. How are you losing?
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, and it's about to be embarrassing on Saturday too. Why? Because, Scott, in football, if you just can't stop the run, you are going to be humiliated.
Especially in college.
Especially in college. And you're facing a Kansas State team that ran for 479 yards against Utah, which is the 12th ranked team in the country.
Who crushed you.
Crushed you. Now, Kansas State's defense, they suck too. I mean, they gave up 51 points. But you are certainly going to lose on Saturday as well. So Prime today was reflecting on everything. But you know what I picked up on today, Scott? Coaching the Buffs is the best thing he's got in his current life. Like, he admitted he has never, ever watched Shedeur play football when he wasn't his coach. Ever. Until Sunday.
And everything's out of his control.
He's just a dad. Now, he's a dad in the owner's box, and he's meeting his kid in the tunnel beforehand, and,
Few privileges.
Couple. I had to laugh this week when Shedeur was like, hey, we lived in a 30,000 square foot home, but my dad put us in a football league just with, regular people. I'm like, well, you still drove back to the 30,000.
Yeah. You still got in the Escalade and drove back to your hot tub and indoor pool.
I hope that 45-minute practice on the hood was okay, but you still, you're doing okay, aren't you? Listen, you grew up privileged and rich, and I'm not going to hate on you for that. That's just how you were born in life, and good for you. Lucky for you, right? Pro sports,
LSC.
Pro sports doesn't care about that. Pro sports doesn't care how you grew up. You can only take that privilege so far in pro sports. There's a meritocracy to pro sports. Either you is or you ain't. And I'm glad that Shedeur is starting there.
There was a stat, and if we get to that Rex Ryan thing later.
We are. Let's football go. We will get to Rex Ryan. Yes.
He puts a stat out there, and we saw the the players on the sideline on one of the throws going, oh, my gosh. I mean, according to Rex Ryan, Shedeur had 3 throws over 30 or 35 yards.
Mm-hmm.
All year up until that point, there'd only been one other pass over 35 yards by a Cleveland Brown quarterback.
How about that?
And listen, he passed at 55%. That's not good enough. It's got to be around 60 plus, right? 65. But he did it 3 times, and they only did it once. Come on now.
What do you think the future is for Prime at CU?
I said at the beginning that this was going to be it.
This year.
Yeah, and I know he does have a lot of pride. And I do think that if he left at the end of the year, people would go, oh, yeah, just stay here for your kids. And then when you junk up the program again, you leave. And he is prideful from that standpoint. And I don't think he'll want to do that. But it has been, and you just pointed out, a heck of a year. And eventually, your health and sanity have got to be worth a lot more than millions of dollars. And listen, he retires. You don't think Fox? How many different entities are doing sports now? NFL Network,
Think
Fox,
in 5 seconds.
Amazon, Netflix.
5 seconds.
That's going to say, hey, would you come to us for $5 million or $10 million?
He would get multiple TV offers in 5 seconds, and it would be lucrative.
Yeah.
But
a lot easier on his body.
Yeah, but the juice is gone. It ain't the same.
That's true.
The juice is gone. Yeah, he can do that anytime he wants. But the juice would be gone. Here he is with
and it'll be the last time he ever coaches. If he does it this year, leaves the program like it is right now.
Probably.
He needs to go out with the program healthy.
Because who would hire him to be a head coach after this? And his age, he's 58, something like that. Yeah, you're probably right. All right, quick before we get to Prime's presser. Chip Kelly was blown out by the Raiders. Should he hire Chip Kelly?
He's had more success in college than he has pro, hasn't he?
I mean, you're moving on from Shermer, obviously. You already have.
You have to.
Well, and you've demoted him, and he's gone. And, boy, he walked past me. I was there. Like, God, I felt bad for Pat a little bit. You know what's so funny in college? It ain't fancy, man. Like, the field house there behind Folsom Field and everything, and it's cool. There are some fancy things, but it's college. We're still in college.
Like the new Dove Valley.
Yeah. It's you got to do college things in college, and Shermer's just hasn't worked out anywhere. Like, I don't know who's ever going to hire Pat Shermer again. That ain't good. Should you hire Chip Kelly though?
I think you got to look at it.
I think it's your last gasp. But I don't know how much money it's going to take to hire Chip. But Chip needs a little bit of a rehab, right? But you hire Chip Kelly, and you just sort of let him be the coach, and you can sort of be the general manager and wear the cowboy hat and have the press conferences. I mean, isn't that your best shot?
Maybe.
And you can tell recruits it's Chip Kelly. Like, all right, fine, it didn't work out, but it's still Chip Kelly. Like, and you could easily sell that, like, listen, it didn't work out for him in the pros, but you want to look at Chip Kelly's college record? I mean, let's talk a little bit here. I think they got to do it. Like, and I'm not saying it's the best thing in the world, but it makes, Scott, you hire Chip Kelly. You let him just do everything.
Hire Chip Kelly and Ed Oregon, and you bring him in there, and then Primal has to.
What are you hiring Ed for? The fraternity parties?
No, and then Primal has to do one presser, and we let those other 2 cats do the rest of them.
All right, here's a little Prime talking about what went wrong year after year.
I've been waiting to ask you this one for a little while, and based upon what you said to Scotty and Brian about missing in 2 different ways,
Right.
I think it's a good time. Before the year, dating back to spring ball, you'd said many times that you felt like you had a better team than last year.
Really did.
Where did that deviate, or is that in those 2?
The thing about, man, you have no idea how bad I want to answer that question. But see, if I answer that question, you're gonna think I'm placing blame in this on people, and I'm not. But when I tell you guys the truth, and I'm transparent with you, you find fault in the things I say. So when I tell you, guys, we made mistakes.
Yeah.
We made mistakes. Forget we. I made mistakes. It makes you guys feel better about that. I made mistakes. Okay, I got to correct those.
Yeah, but we can tell by your answer you're blaming other people. There's somebody
Your
else.
defensive and offensive coordinators didn't do dinkus with the talent you had.
Here's what I think happened.
Did we not say at the beginning of the year we thought this team was more talented than last year? They just didn't have a quarterback.
Prime said it countless amounts of time. He got sick. He had to take time away. He trusted that these guys would be fine, and it was a disaster. He wasn't able to recruit in the springtime the way you really need to because he was sick. I'll give him that. And he probably didn't pay attention personally to the evaluation of the kids that were coming in the way that it needed to happen. And or he was signing off on kids, Scott, where he really shouldn't have been for whatever reason. However you want to paint it, this thing fell apart in the spring and over the summer, not really in the fall. It was a rolling train wreck, and you did not commit to a quarterback. You can never, ever do that again. You just got to make your mind up, man, and you got to be clear about it. It was a disaster with the Broncos. It was a disaster this year. So whatever you're going to do, you got to make it pretty damn clear. Now, that doesn't mean the kid ain't going to get hurt. And you got to have, they got like 4 quarterbacks on the team, by the way.
Well, didn't they start like 3 quarterbacks in their first 4 games?
Yeah. It was Staub, it was Salter, and it was Julian Lewis. But they got this kid Allen. Last name's Allen. He went to Valor. They got like 5 quarterbacks on the team. I mean, they got like 90 kids on the team. They played a kid, Ronald Coleman, who fumbled the ball on his first carry ever when you really needed to not fumble the ball, when you had a chance to actually take the lead over Arizona State. Scott, this has been an unmitigated football disaster. So, yes, the personal things are one thing, but Prime, you just oversaw one of the most miserable football years in CU history. And it's going to get embarrassing on Saturday, too, with a team at home that really wants to win. And as you're pointing out, you're watching your kid play football in Vegas.
You know what's made me think, and see if you agree. Everything you said is completely true. Last game of the year, home, K-State, right?
Oh, it's on the road. K-State's on the road.
Oh, so
they already had it.
Your last game against Arizona State was the last game.
That's it. Senior day, the whole thing.
I was going to say, but you just said it. You realize we didn't talk about senior day as the importance and the beauty and the pageantry and the emotion of senior day gone away from college football?
It was fine. Yeah, they did a cool thing. Charlie Offerdahl, who's a local kid, had a year of eligibility, and he was kind of a favorite. But, he would have been like killing it at School of Mines rather than at CU, in all honesty. It happens. They allowed him to walk through senior day, even though he wasn't even on the team this year. But, so there were cool moments of senior day at CU. There were.
How many kids that they announced for senior days had you gone? Huh?
Dude, it was crazy. Huh? We said that, me and my wife were like, I might have known 2 of them. Wow. Yeah, Salter, I knew him, and that was kind of it. And there were like 16 other kids that were announced. I'm like, I have no idea who these kids are whatsoever. But good for them.
According to Mac McChesney, how many of them do you think knew the school song?
What'd you think? Do you want to talk about that?
I don't know.
Do you want to go there?
Do
you want to go there?
Listen, college football is screwed. College basketball is screwed. The importance of the university and I mean, I went to KU when they celebrated 100 years of Kansas basketball, and you should have seen the people that lined up. Dean Smith, JoJo White, all these, 100 years of alum came back. KU means something to them. 200 years, is anybody going to care? No one's going to stay there.
Not now.
They're going where the money is, not where the tradition is.
How many years did Danny Manning spend in college?
3 or 4.
Okay. What would he do now? 1? You'd have to do 1, then he'd be gone. He wouldn't stay in Kansas for... Christian Brown actually stayed in college for a couple years.
He stayed 4.
Was he? He was. He
Yeah.
was all 4. All right, cool. Got a national championship out of that, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's just different now. It's just different, you know. And once you started paying, I gotcha. Like, it'd be cute if you knew the song, but you know what's cute? $1 million in my bank account, and I'm a pro athlete.
Yeah. And here I got the song on my Google.
Yeah, right. And we're getting all worked up about songs and knowing
Yeah, but
songs.
CU's a good fight song.
They're all good fight songs, dude. What do you think? There's a bad college fight song out there?
Oh, yeah. You're listening to Missouri's?
We'll come back with no dumb questions. I couldn't tell you Missouri's fight song. Missouri's fight song. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. We got Rex Ryan. We got Sean Payne. We got, power rankings for the Broncos. We got some great news to share. And we have our next keyword coming up next. That's funny. Who was hollering you? Was that Hardaway Jr. screaming at you in the back?
Yeah.
Did he say, give me some milk or something or at some point? Or
I don't know.
what the hell is he talking about? All right, the keyword here in the Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we'll get to football here in a second. Your 220 keyword is tripping. Text tripping your first and last name. 303-504-0925. You're entered for tickets for the Avs Canadiens. And that's at 1 o'clock. And then DU in Minnesota at 7 o'clock, all at Ball Arena. What a day. What a day. You go out and do something in Lodo between. Go for a walk. I mean, you need some exercise. If you're looking to score some awesome Christmas gifts, the Avs host the Mammoth on the 23rd, Kings and Blues on the 29th and 31st. There you go. All done. Again, go to coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. 220 keyword is tripping. First and last name to 303-504-0925. All right, Dan Buds, Quince Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton's press conference yesterday morning. Troy Franklin, guys. Why does Sean Payton believe in Troy Franklin?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's explosive out of his break. I think he's not afraid to compete at all. He's real good at the line of scrimmage with his releases. I think there's a confidence that Bo has with him. And so it's a little bit what we saw from Marvin. And I'm happy with that room. I mean, those guys are all competing, working hard, and going against some real good defenses.
So Sean's happy with the wide receiver room. Are you guys happy with the wide receiver room so far this season? Guys, Troy Franklin's actually having a pretty dang good year. 46 receptions, 509 receiving yards, and 5 receiving touchdowns. By the way, Schefter just reported that the Bills have signed Brandon Cooks. Should the Broncos have been in on that, or are you guys happy with the Broncos wide receiver room as is?
Well, that is really interesting that Brandon Cooks did get picked up by the Buffalo Bills. I'm fine with it, but if Brandon Cooks turns out to be some sort of stud down the stretch there for the Bills, it'll be a little bit of a bummer. But he hadn't really been doing all that much for New Orleans, and they didn't feel the need to upset the apple cart there, Scott. So I guess I'm all right. I'm fine with the wide receivers.
Yeah, I thought Dan was going to talk about like he thought that he sucked. I think Franklin's been good. There's been, probably 8 balls over the year, 9 balls, whether it's Franklin had dropped a couple or Bo just way overthrew him. That if they connected on, I mean, you're going, oh my God, this is fabulous. But I have no problem with the room at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the numbers, kind of the first glance at Washington. The numbers just sort of came out. God, are they terrible defensively? And this is with Dan Quinn as their head coach. They are a disaster. We'll go over more details with it. But this is a game where I think Bo Nix and crew can be aggressive, take some chances. God, this game kind of scares me, Scott. I'm not gonna lie. This is a can it be a trap game and be a national TV trap game on Sunday night?
This will not be a trap game from that standpoint.
3-8 team, terrible defensively.
Yeah,
-8 in giveaway takeaway. They are like bottom of the barrel in like almost everything.
And your quarterback's missed half the games.
Correct.
And is going to miss this one too.
Correct.
So they're also the darlings of the NFL from a year ago. Surprise playoff team. No, I don't think this will be a trap. I don't even know who you got the following week.
The Raiders. And that's not going to be a trap game. You're going to roll the Raiders.
If there's going to be a trap game, it's going to be the Raiders game.
Oh, man.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, but all right.
You're in Vegas, get to hang out Saturday night. Let's go, boys.
I know, but it's a division game, and it's the Raiders. And what?
What?
All right, next story, Dan.
Whoa. All right, guys. Let's hear from Rex Ryan. Scotty sent this over.
All right.
Rex Ryan, it's a little long here, but he's talking about Shadour's performance in his start for the Browns, and he's got some advice here for Shedeur Sanders.
Dylan Gabriel has 0 traits for an NFL starter, physical traits.
Sure.
He might have the mental.
Yeah.
That's why I said I think he could be a hell of a coach one day.
Yeah.
All right? But he doesn't have a single trait that says he's an NFL starting quarterback. where clearly Shedeur does. All right? We know he's got that arm talent. I love his touch on the deep ball. I loved it in college. All right? And here's something, facts that'll say why you got to keep it. All right? Yesterday, he completed 3 passes for over 35 yards. Mm-hmm. If you take the whole season with all those other Browns, they completed 1 ball over 35 yards. 1. That's why Myles Garrett's like, holy cow. Like, whatever. Now, look, did he play great? No. And 100%, Dano, yes, it's about the defense. Yeah. They had 10 sacks. Yeah. Shedeur, can I please, I know you don't listen, but please, every time you win a game, okay, your team wins a game, please use we and us. That's it. And anytime you lose, it's me and I. And watch your popularity in your locker room, around the country will go like this. Right now, they look at like, your defense, first thing you should have said is, we had 10 sacks on the quarterback. Right. Are you kidding me? Myles Garrett's the man. Like, come on, build people up. You're at that place. Build it. We're going to give you praise.
Scott, thoughts on what Rex Ryan's saying there about Shedeur?
A couple things on that. Listen, and Rex Ryan has made a career now on ESPN of saying crazy stuff, and you either love or hate some of the stuff he said. Mm-hmm. If you're Dylan Gabriel or Dylan Gabriel family member, you would probably hate him today.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
But was he wrong? I mean, I think a lot of people say that.
Right.
Then you throw out the stats, and listen, he had three balls that went over 35 yards yesterday or in his first start, and the team had done it in the first 11 games one time with all the quarterbacks they've had starting. And then I like the life lesson at the end. And you, Tyler and I talked about it this week. And we said, I was okay with what he did in the pregame. But in the postgame, it all became, look at me, imagine what I could do if I had more than 1 week. Imagine a whole off.
I know.
And it became all about him. And that's one of the reasons, I don't want to say bad upbringing, but it's one of the reasons he went from first-round pick to fifth-round pick. Is because no one wanted the ego. The ego was too massive and too big. You had a game where really, you had 2 or 3 really good throws. I'll give you that. But you were average on the day.
All right. As I heard the morning show talking about this today, not only did he grow up in that kind of culture.
Look at me.
But he was groomed to be who he is right now. So how in the world would we expect anybody who was groomed to be something and grew up a certain way to be different than how he was brought up to be? Is it a fair expectation for him to what? Just be a different person? Or as Rex Ryan is sort of suggesting, be the same old cliche person?
Listen, I don't know many great quarterbacks, John Elway, Peyton Manning, Brady, Favre, name it. Maybe Staubach's an example, Bradshaw, that didn't have a whole lot of confidence and ego.
I couldn't tell you a good one that didn't have all that.
But all those guys I just mentioned to you praise teammates too. Great quarterbacks maintain their confidence and ego while surrendering to the team. And he has never surrendered to the team. It's always been just about him. And when you gave the quote a while ago to Deion saying, last week was the first time I ever watched my son play football that I wasn't coaching.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but how do you escape that? How would you expect anything different from the young man when that's all he's done?
The family professes faith, and the whole thing in their faith is you surrender. He's got to do this to the team. He's got to put they ahead of me, and until he puts they and them and his team over himself, then what he's going to do, he's going to be a flash in the pan. He's going to be a hot button source. He's going to have a game here you like, and he's going to bounce around, and then next thing you know, we're going to read about him that he owes $167,000 in a tax debt.
Well, right now, that's Shiloh's story.
Oh my God, I'm confused.
Next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, guys. Power rankings.
Power rankings.
On ESPN, they have I'll just give you the top 10 here. They have the LA Rams at number 1, sitting at 9-2. Boy, is Matt Stafford having a great year. 30 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The Patriots, number 2. The Broncos at number 3.
How about that?
Eagles 4. Seahawks 5. Colts 6. Packers 7. Lions 8. Niners at 9. And the Bills at 10. So let me ask you guys this question. I know we're a ways away from this, but just for the sake of this conversation here, what would be the most fun matchup for the Broncos in the Super Bowl? Not the best game, not the easiest opponent. What would be the most fun matchup for the Broncos in the Super Bowl if they get there?
We have to be a little honest here. If we're keeping everything in the old KSE family, obviously the matchup with the Rams would be the most interesting and perhaps the most beneficial to us, depending on how things actually go. But you gotta, do people understand that the Nuggets, the Avalanche, our radio station, and the Rams are all owned by the same people? I don't know if people quite get that or not.
And Arsenal in the Premier League?
Well, okay, fine, but we're not facing Arsenal in any kind of competition.
Not yet.
Well, no. Obviously, the Rams and the Broncos would be. I ran into Kevin Demoff the other night, and I was like, oh, man, would that be a problem? He goes, no, it wouldn't be a problem. It would be incredible. It would be the best of all worlds. It would set up some incredible storylines because not only is there an ownership situation, but you do realize the owners of the Rams are related to the owners of the Broncos. I mean, it's kind of this, like that TV show Billions. You know, it'd be unbelievable. And you realize we're building a stadium to be better than like SoFi Stadium, which is built by the relatives. It's the ultimate a man in full Masters of the Universe collision, Broncos and the Rams. So everybody who likes awesome stories about billionaires, which can be compelling, Scott, if we're talking old times and kings and Games of Thrones, the Rams Broncos would be the ultimate NFL Games of Thrones Super Bowl.
If we could get a funny video and they do it with each other, we'd have like Stan and his family sitting down and the Penners and their family sitting down at a Christmas tree setting, and they hand each other a present. And one opens up and it's a Broncos hat. The other one opens up, it's a Rams hat. It'd be kind of funny.
First of all, if we're doing this scenario, they'd be exchanging chalices. There would be flowing robes. There would be attendance.
See, now you're going over the top here.
But that's the way it would.
No, I'm talking bathrobes and slippers and making them look like everyday human beings. And then they're passing out a Rams hat and a Broncos hat to each other.
We would have secret passageways. We would have dragons. Of course we would have dragons. We might have...
We'd have two mountains as bodyguards.
That's right. We would have...
We get Joker's brother.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, deeper down the line, there may be a cousin here or there that are attracted to each other, but that just seems to, that's nothing.
But they have real blonde hair.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're asking a question. What would be the best Super Bowl for the Broncos? I mean, compare that to what, facing the Eagles? No, it would be the Rams Broncos. By the way, it would be happening at the same exact location where the Broncos won 10 years ago. They're third in the power rankings. You just got to get past the stupid Patriots. Where this is,
you're probably going to have to play them there,
Scott. This is getting like real.
Not if you lose Sunday.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. And I'm a little bit nervous about it. On paper, they should be killing the Commanders. I'm nervous. This is the most nervous I've been actually about the Broncos all year. This game right here, right now. So I'm watching the Commanders here recently, the past couple days. And I'm like, I know they suck. I get it, they suck. But there are some like
hidden gems in there.
Damn, yeah. There's just some stuff there, man. Offensively and defensively, though, like everybody was going to want to run the ball. You don't have to. You don't need to against Washington. I mean, you can try. I mean, whatever. You'll have success no matter what you do.
It's a laser show.
You could. They'll give you the opportunity, Scott.
If Bo Nix jumps on and pops out his lightsaber, what's the final?
Well, it's not a lightsaber. We're going Game of Thrones. I mean, it would be,
It's laser show doesn't. There's no laser shows.
No, he'd be like Jon Snow. He'd be.
Yeah, but Jon Snow doesn't have a laser.
It'd be a broadsword.
Oh, but made what was that? Beryllium steel.
That's right. That's right. There you go.
Valerian.
Valerian steel.
He was way close enough.
Yeah.
Way close
for
enough.
me?
Are you kidding?
Come on. That was like an inside the park for me.
His PhD. Game of Thrones, Santa Clara. Oh, man. Can you imagine dragons at a cheesecake factory in the mall? We can only dream.
Get me home to see my kin.
Whenever, and it's happened more than once, Scott,
Diaper rash?
I'm asked to like sit in on drums.
Right.
This is the song I request.
Pretty simple, isn't it?
It's about as easy as you get.
Yeah.
I still managed to screw it up, but I screw it up with energy and enthusiasm.
Well, that's the key of everything. Can I give you a little? Can we talk Christmas?
Oh, Christmas?
It's a good idea or bad?
All right.
I have an 11-year-old little girl.
I've heard.
Yeah. Fabulous. Love her of my life.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit, on Instagram or somebody's following.
Yeah.
They have beginner guitars.
Oh.
With nylon thread, so it's easier on the fingers.
Okay.
And shorter necks for smaller kids. Like they can go all the way up to a 30 up to a 38. So
Yes.
30, 32, 30, or 30, 34, 36, 38.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Good idea?
Yes. Excellent idea.
I think so too.
Yeah. Learning an instrument.
Especially young enough. That's young enough.
Oh, sure. Hell yeah. Yeah. Learning an instrument, I think, is a fundamental part of being a human being. So, yes, I think that's a great idea.
I'm thinking about that.
I think that's a wonderful idea. Has she expressed any interest in this?
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it's a little bit.
You might want to poke around and say, "Are you interested?"
No, but
Can I tell you what you should do? Can I tell you what you should do,
yeah.
Dad? You know what you should do?
What?
You should take the lessons with her.
Well, I would love to. I thought about that
That's
also.
exactly what you should do.
I thought about that also. I thought that'd be great. Got a place right
Yes.
up here from the hotel.
That's exactly what you should do. You could focus on the banjo.
Ooh.
Well, because you're South.
I look like Steve Martin.
I'm joking. You should take guitar lessons with your daughter. That'd be an amazing thing to do. You do it for 3 months and you see if it's good or not.
But she loves music and she loves singing.
Okay.
But she hasn't ever said anything, I'd like to learn to play. No. I just thought, and piano's great, but you know what? A guitar gets what you can do for the rest of your life. Take it wherever you go.
No doubt about it. I play drums and piano, and that's good enough for me. Self-taught on drums, obviously, if you ever see me play. And piano, I took lessons, though. Andy, you should talk to Andy about it, man. Andy's a great guitar player. Andy's an awesome guitar player.
And self-taught. I mean, he's had a couple lessons here.
Yeah, Andy's freaking awesome. I'm proud to be in a band with Andy. We got to get back together. I'm hoping we do at some point. But taking guitar lessons with your daughter, are you kidding me? That would be amazing.
I think it'd be cool.
Yeah, what a great thing to do with your daughter, too. Like, and a cool thing for you to do as a human being. Plus, you're a musician, right? You play what's the
trombone?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Trombone.
Remember, I kind of impressed you out at the.
I was amazed you could get
the three sheets.
You got some noise out of it. It was incredible. All right, we'll announce our Avs ticket winner here in just a second. Nate and Andy, speaking to them, will be here in a second. Best takeaway from the Nuggets game last night? Because we are going to be playing without AG and CB for... I saw Dempsey on your post-game show, by the way, and he was like, hey, listen, with AG, it's 4 to 6 weeks. Why don't we give it a real good chunk of time?
Right.
Why don't we really make sure he's ready? Like, for example, and I think Chris had an interesting point. Do you think the Nuggets, I'm sure it'll cost them a few games, but will it cost them enough games to jeopardize their playoff position or where they're going to be in the season?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think AG was on the verge of being an all-star player. We talked about on the show.
I know. That sucks.
But it's a calf and then a hamstring last year in the playoffs and now hamstring on the other leg. So it's something to be looked at.
I think with the depth of this team and Jokic, now Jokic can't get hurt, but the depth of this team with Jokic, I think they're going to win 55 games no matter what. I think with AG at the top of their game, they could win 60 to 62 games. So I think AG's loss will equate over the course of a season to 5 or 6 games. Yeah. Over the course of a season. I'm
not sure it hadn't already.
Okay, maybe it has.
I'm not sure the Sacramento game that they don't win without AG.
Well, there's one. But that's the course of a season. Over the course of, say, 2 months, it probably is 3 games. So I'm all about AG being healthy because last year in the playoffs with his injury and MPJ's injury, you just felt, and it still went to 7 games, despite the fact you had 2 starters that were banged up. So where's your take on it? How do you think they should manage the situation?
You know what? I'd make him 100%. You know, it was interesting. I think Chris brought this up also when he was talking about it. He said, you know, it's a little more serious because he actually went out to try to get a second opinion.
I heard that, yeah.
Which is real interesting.
Concerning, yeah.
Taking the game last night, and I think, and David Adelman has preached this. We can get David on tomorrow?
Dan, where are we at? Is that happening tomorrow?
Efforting.
Yeah, okay.
I love when he says it was a professional win.
Mm.
And I think if you're a team that, as you said, you have them between 55 and 62.
Now, yeah.
Then guess what you're going to have? A whole bunch of professional wins.
Yeah.
You know, you're kind of tired. You just lost a heartbreaker at home. You didn't play good. I mean, I'm telling you what, that Saturday night game against Sacramento, maybe one of the hardest days I've even had broadcast. I mean, I couldn't believe what they've gone through, how tired and fatiguing it was.
It was such a bummer because it seemed to negate all those really good feelings from a huge win I felt in Houston. Like, I was like so proud of the team for what they did, and to turn around and, you know, Sacramento, and they've lost 8 in a row, and blah, 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 blah.
Well, hold on. So you've lost 8 in a row. You get in at 3:30 in the morning.
All of that.
You played the second best team in the West from last year on their home court and beat them. You've already beaten this team twice before.
Right.
And now we got to play another late game. We got to come in and play again. Oh, by the way, you're flying out at noon tomorrow.
Right.
That was probably a definition of a trap game. And they were still good enough to win it at the end. They had an opportunity.
And they were right there. They've been right there in all 4 losses.
Do you know, I think I said this. I said it on the broadcast. In the 4 losses they've had, Joker has had 2 triple-doubles, a soundboard double, which is mean you missed the triple-double by 1 digit.
Yeah.
So he had like 9 assists in one of the losses, and a 44-point game. Those were your 4 losses. So, and then, by the way, they give Shea, and I argued with Marlo on the broadcast, they give Shea the player of the week last week. This team went undefeated. Well, is it an individual war or is it a team war?
Well, dude, how many weeks can we give Jokic the player of the week?
Probably every one.
Right.
I mean, he averaged 30, 14, and 12 for the week.
Yeah. I mean, he's already won it twice. I mean, did he win player of the month? Oh, wait, they haven't really done that yet.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
He will, though. Spencer Jones starting, you like that? You're okay with that?
Yeah, he's your kind of role guy. You'd like to get a little more out of him, but you know what?
You guys thought Deron Holmes was going to play. You guys talked all about it.
I thought he would.
He didn't get off the bench.
But I will say this about Spencer. 5 rebounds. 4 of them were offense, which means he gave you 4 extra possessions. And I think that's what his job is just to be a pest, get into, people, foul them.
If you can do a lot of little things like that, Zeke Naji, way to go, Zeke. Hit 2 of his 3 threes. They felt huge when he hit them.
Yep.
Tim Hardaway, he was okay. He had a couple threes. He was all right. He wasn't a game changer.
He was active.
Bruce Brown
missed a bunch of layups, but was active.
Yes.
That's what the bench scored 30-some points, which is pretty good.
Listen, man, the depth here is kind of ridiculous. And Adelman, I don't, it's a work in progress. I think he would tell us that. They're trying out different things because you don't plan to have 2 starters just gone. But that's the case that they're in. Are you more optimistic, same optimistic, or less optimistic about the next, I'll say, 15 games?
Get through them.
What would make you happy in 15 games record-wise?
10-5.
10-5.
Yeah.
So that means 10-5.
That next 15 games includes a whole bunch of road games too, doesn't it?
Actually, we got to dig a little deeper on that one.
Well, you got one on Saturday.
You got 14 left before New Year's Day. But part of that, you're going to hit that road on the 26th through like the 8th or 9th or whatever like that. That's the 7-game stretch. So it's all right. I should extrapolate it a little bit. You got 14 there, and then I think you got 5 after that. All right, so I'll just say 20 games. We'll just say the next 20-game stretch. The next 20-game stretch will be your most difficult of the year. Yes. It'll be your longest road trip. It'll be as quirky as the schedule's been, it'll be even more quirky. Your next 20 games will probably be the toughest grind of the year.
All right, let me count 20 games. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
By the way, while Scott's counting.
Well, on January 11th, Sunday, January 11th is your 20th game from right now.
Okay.
Okay, you ready? And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 of the 20 will be on the road.
Toughest stretch of the year coming up.
Yeah. And your home games are like Milwaukee,
Tough.
Utah,
Not tough. It shouldn't be tough.
Houston, Orlando,
Tough.
Dallas, San Antonio.
Okay. All right.
On paper, pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you go 15-5 in the next 20, I think you're pretty good.
Hey,
aren't
let me
you?
throw you a dumb question. So 15-5?
I think that's good.
15
I think that's elite.
15-5 would put you at 28-9,
Pretty good.
which would put you at 56-18.
Right
Yeah.
right in your wheelhouse.
Right in the wheelhouse. You're the 2 or 3 seed in the West. We're not catching Oklahoma City. Let's be honest. It's not going to happen. So, okay, good.
But guess what? By the next 20 games, guess what you haven't done? Played OKC 4 times yet.
I gotcha. Our Avs ticket winner is Nathan Shashore. Shashore? Nate wins the Avs tickets. Way to go.
Or if you had a list, it would be 4.
We have our other Nate with Andy, who joins us. They'll have another
He
pair of
ain't
tickets.
winning
to
no
give away.
tickets.
Are you cold?
A little bit. I'm always cold.
Hey, let me ask you a dumb question before we turn it over to.
No, I will not make out with you.
Then why did you leave me a note?
Billy Madison. You remember that?
I do, and I'm talking about the note you left me.
No, I don't bring that up.
All right.
We don't need HR violations.
By the way,
Do
he
you-
said you were a really good guitar player.
Really good guitar player. He's thinking about taking lessons with his daughter.
I'll teach her the basics.
All right, listen, you're missing the point. It's a father-daughter sort of thing to do.
Yeah, no, I'm not
It's-
missing the point. I will show them the basics, and then he can spend money on being good.
You're missing the point. It's about spending time with your daughter.
He's invited me over to the basement to
Yeah, but when he hangs out with you, it's just 2 dudes hanging out.
You know, I think it's funny. I think he sent me. What did you send me? Dun, 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 dun,
Deep
dun.
Purple, Smoke
that
on the
one.
Water.
You must have sent me 12 versions
No,
of that.
I didn't. I sent you the Dire Straits one. I sent you like 2 or
That's
3
right,
people
whatever.
saying Dire Straits.
Yeah, the
Salted to Swing.
Yeah, Salt and Swing.
I love the fact that you guys know the riff, but you don't know the names of the songs.
So, well, I want you to mention
It's not my music. He needs to know.
You
the
don't
names.
like Salt and Swing?
You don't like Deep Purple, Smoke on the Water?
No.
You don't like.
No.
Oh, God. Get Salt
You
and
played
Swing.
in a band with me. You're aware of what I like.
I'm just
Sweet,
joking.
you're
I
fine
get
me
it.
a
You
little
were
Salt
always
and
fighting
Swing.
it.
I'm the drummer. I don't even get a vote. It's just like, what can you sing? What can you play? I'll figure it out. I'll try to figure it out.
Dumb question.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, dumb question. KCP, any way to get him back on the Nuggets at the trade deadline?
Boy, you know what? I thought the same thing watching him there. I'm like, why not get the whole band back together?
He would love to come back here.
But is he too expensive? He had a pretty good contract.
Hold on.
didn't he?
Memphis season's going nowhere. Most people thought he was still with Orlando and didn't even realize he's on Memphis. So he's bumped around. He reminds me of Bruce Brown. Is there any way to get KCP back at the trade deadline?
Never know.
Is he a ball handler?
never know.
Would he handle? Would he be
He's
able to
okay.
fill that second ball handler
Would
role?
you trade Cam Johnson for KCP?
No.
Why don't you want Cam Johnson? He's hitting threes.
I got to think of valuable assets. What would you give up for KCP then?
Not Cam Johnson.
I'd find who?
Peyton Watson.
Oh my God! I would never do that.
Well,
The guy-
right now
what are
he's
you,
not under
nuts?
contract. If you want to get serious
He's way
about
too
it,
valuable. Peyton. Well, he's that. Hey, Peyton Watson may be lucky he's not under contract right now because he might be making himself
yeah,
way
you
more.
may not
bank.
have the money for it if you want to avoid all these aprons. Remember, we're going to get back into the stupid apron
He
things.
is going to be a free agent because they did not get that deal.
Yeah,
done.
whether you like it or not, you may have to. This may be the we can't afford you, so thank you.
Could they lose Peyton Watson?
Don't know. I mean, that's a good question.
Oof.
Listen,
okay.
listen, if you're sitting around the trade deadline and you're already 55-9, something like that, you're probably thinking, okay, we're going to have to bite this bullet and go over the apron or whatever. But if you're just good, second, third, fourth seed,
Well, right
maybe
now,
you do.
Peyton Watson he's really valuable.
Yes.
Well, you might be able to recoup a couple first rounders from that thing. I mean, you're still staring at till what 2030 without one. I'd take a first rounder.
All right. So, what do you think about KCP coming back?
Yeah,
Yay-
I love
yay
the
or nay?
idea. Why wouldn't you want the core back?
I
It's
would love
funny you
to have
bring it up
KCP
because
back.
he was shooting free throws last night. I'm like, man, I wouldn't mind him back too.
Well, Well, I'm looking at Bruce Brown. I'm looking at KCP. I'm like, well, why not? Because it looks like the same thing is happening to KCP as what happened to Bruce Brown. He made a lot of money, but it's not really sticking anywhere. And he's
Well,
on
and
a
Memphis is
collection
so
of bad
weird,
teams.
right? They got
Well,
some
their
good
season's
players,
over.
and nobody
Oh,
knows
they're
what the
done.
hell's going on with John Morant.
Their season is over.
Over. About that Jacques Londale guy.
He's pretty funny. How about you rang Zach Edey going out with a head?
Yeah, what happened to him?
Yeah, that was,
Somebody hit him in the head or something.
Yeah, it was funny because Chris goes, we've not seen Edey in a while. Where has he been? I was like, well, maybe I'll look that up. Okay, by the way, you were talking to DMac about senior day earlier.
Oh, you were there.
Shit. You want to talk about weird? Like, first off, I felt bad for Caden Salter because they introduced him and he gets booed by half the stadium. So I was like, well, that isn't cool.
No, that's
and
not
then
cool.
the guy that I love because he's a great interview is that receiver, Sincere Brown.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, that dude's a senior?
It was usually a little off kilter.
So I was just like, dude, like every guy that they mentioned had been there, I think, 6 months except for Offerdahl. I was like, this is the weirdest senior day ever.
Oh, I know.
Like, nobody's crying.
Welcome to college.
Nobody's upset.
Welcome
you know what
to
I mean?
college sports. You're
I
gonna
think
get
the band was more
senior
emotional
days.
about getting to play the last time than any of the football
Bo
players.
Nix got a senior day at Oregon. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
First off, you're a true senior. You're AARP eligible.
Yeah, the NIL's
God, that
screwed
even
a lot
hit
of
with him
stuff
at all.
up. AARP, all of a sudden, there's a button in my
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, like,
My
did Cam
brain
Ward get a senior day? That dude went to like 7 colleges.
I know, and they like bring you flowers. Why? The hell you done for us? By the way, this season sucks.
It's KKSE FM.
Go ahead.
KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder
So it was quite weird up there.
on senior day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
They did it.
Now, I
They
gotta
did it
ask
kind of
you.
weird too because like they announced the player, but the player didn't walk out with their family. The families were like the end, as
Yeah.
if they were like that game at Nuggets games where like the babies like race towards the finish.
Well,
Come here, senior. Come here, senior.
I get what you're saying, but not everybody. I don't think they want anybody to be embarrassed if maybe
They
not
didn't have
everybody
a
was
parent.
present to walk out
Okay.
with them.
Well,
So-
that's a fun ceremony too.
Did Dion walk out next to somebody?
He did.
That's what I thought.
We
And
did we did senior night at Regis Jesuit this year. That was nice.
Oh, that's right.
High school senior night is still pure.
Yeah.
That's still nice. The parents, they got the hats and because all the parents make the hats and the jerseys now and the shirts for the kids.
Yeah,
so that's fun.
Guess what year I got to be a senior parent? Spring of 2020. You know what's
Yeah.
going on then?
COVID.
That's like I got gypped on
You
everything.
didn't get
man.
walked out with anybody.
I didn't get a college graduation. I didn't get senior day for baseball.
Oh,
I didn't
man.
get
I'm
any
too
of
upset
it.
about the college graduation.
Oh.
It takes a minute.
What a rip.
Did you? were you-
I got senior day in Arkansas and had like 4 people had to walk out.
That's
Mom and dad
you're-
divorced
you're-
and both remarried, so I had like
Here's Scott
herd.
Hastings with his
Whatever.
blended family.
Scott Hastings with the herd.
That's fun, though.
Well, whatever. You're loved. You got people
Hey.
that care.
You didn't have like the old guy parent, did you? Everyone's
Well,
got
that'll be
it.
me
Whatever
on senior
class,
day.
there's always
Imagine my
one
senior
parent
day.
where you're like, God, is that the grandpa? I thought
Scott-
that was grandpa.
Scott has to go through that every
Well, you
day.
just come in just hammering on me.
No, I'm asking.
Well,
Did you
you said-
have? I know you're going to be
Do you know
the
how many
guy.
times I've been asked, "Oh, is that your granddaughter?"
Oh, it
Well-
has to happen every day. Every
Well,
time.
not every
you're-
day.
Well,
Well,
whenever
I was taught to say no, even better. She's
You know
my
what? I
daughter.
feel bad because it was like I was shooting paintballs and you caught one. I wasn't aiming for you,
Yeah,
but one
right in
caught
the-
you right in the
right in
chest.
the-
I didn't mean to do that
right
to you.
in the lower lip.
Scotty, you know what's more awkward is when Bill Belichick gets asked, is that your granddaughter?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
He's like,
could
no,
be. So
man.
what you're saying? It could be worse.
You know,
Exactly.
And Belichick goes blue chew. Did you see
Should
the
he not
Deion
advertise for Blue
Sanders?
Chew?
Did you see the Deion Sanders or Marshall Falk get upset
Yes.
about putting Coleman in the game?
I didn't see. Well, I saw him ignoring Coleman when he came back to the sideline.
People keep saying that
Like,
Falk
there was a
apparently
moment-
had a moment like, what the bleep are you doing putting this kid
Oh,
in?
Falk was upset with Prime for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, again, I appreciate.
Well, I'll tell you, Falk ignored him, Coleman, which I think is a lousy thing to do to a kid. But he did ignore him when he came back to the sideline.
Well, I mean, again, you're going to tell me after the game you want to change a pace. You wanted to change a pace from 2 guys averaging 6-7 yards a rush.
No, it's
6,
ridiculous.
7.
The degree that Prime has been a bad coach this year is undeniable. There's nobody who could defend him as a good coach.
No.
Because he's been terrible at evaluation, assembling, overseeing things, game planning, on
Game
every
management,
game
clock
management.
management, yep.
He's been brutal as a coach, which is why I threw out there to Scott earlier, why don't you just hire Chip Kelly? Let him do literally everything.
Yeah, because
And you
he's
can
not
just
going to be the second fiddle to that. He's been the dude.
How would you? What are your choices?
Wait, what do you mean Chip Kelly wouldn't be the second?
He's not going to let Prime be the guy unless Prime officially becomes GM.
I think that's what Chip Kelly wants. Like that's what he did.
Well, then go get him, but I don't think he got the money.
Yeah, like
who's going to give him the money?
That's what he did at Ohio State.
Prime.
Like I would think that, yeah, he'd be thrilled to go and do that. My God, that guy got $6 million a year. Chip Kelly. The Raiders gave him $6 million. What are they paying him to walk away?
What did all four of us do in this room to not somehow get paid that kind of money to not go to work anymore? Seriously, just one time. Can I get $1 million check to just Asta?
There's only
Job in the world is fired football coach.
Well, there's only one of us in this entire station that's working at
Michael
it.
Malone would say hello.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
he's pretty happy.
Only Mike Sanford is working on that goal in life right now.
Of just trying to get back in.
Mike Sanford is literally working his way.
Get back in so he can get back out.
Just get high enough to get fired to not have to work
But you have
again.
to live a life like Mike Sanford.
Yes.
So do you want to live a life like Mike Sanford?
What's so wrong with his life?
He's moved 15 times in 7 years.
His resume is one of the funniest things in the world to me, which and I've turned it into a bit. Like anytime I would do games with Sandman, I would just be
he
like,
just pulls up the Wikipedia.
Exactly, like former Notre Dame offensive quality control coach Mike Sanford, because there's so many. His entire resume, as I always say, he is the Wayne Campbell of college football. He has an extensive collection of name tags and hairnets.
So to get to the best thing ever, fired for $50 million or whatever that is, right? You do have to pay those dues to get to that.
Yeah, James Franklin is.
Guess what? With that $50 million, I'm coming back and choosing any damn house in Colorado I want. I know that.
You know what's funny is Brian Kelly is bitching about it's hard for me to find a job right now. Really?
Yeah.
Did you see his kid who went to LSU was like,
Yeah, to go out there by himself.
Free my guy. Yeah, he went out by himself.
Free my guy.
Yeah, he had a free BK T-shirt on.
By the way, are you guys rooting as hard as I am for Ole Miss to lose on Friday?
Lane Kiffin.
I want him to lose so badly in this game, just so it has to be awkward for everybody that is currently in a bidding war to have the right to fire Lane Kiffin in 2 years. That's all that's happening right now with this entire situation. But the funniest thing in the world would be if he went out and lost the Egg Bowl
All
this
right,
week.
greater poison pill. Lane Kiffin or Josh McDaniels?
For what?
Josh McDaniels.
Is your head coach.
For who?
Anybody. Josh McDaniels, because Lane Kiffin, at least when he goes to a place, they win for a year or two before he wears himself thin.
Yeah. Josh loses, but then he goes back to being an OC, and he's apparently good at that
awesome.
job. Yeah. Apparently good at that.
And by the way, you realize like in Boston, in that area, he is beloved.
Oh, I bet.
For as much as
why shouldn't he be?
The rest of the world hates him.
Right.
They think he's the the shiznit out there in Boston.
It makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, he's because he's only been good for them. So they should adore him.
And he's never been their head coach, so they don't have to get angry with him calling somebody the player or
exactly
all the other weird stuff he does as a head coach.
He's spanned multiple eras now of Belichick and Vrabel, and he coached Brady, and now he coached Drake May. Like, why? He should be the toast of that community.
He is. They love him.
So such big of a toast, he'll get another NFL head coaching job?
No way.
If you're the NFL owner that does that, you deserve whatever happens to you.
Yeah, I would have no pity for you.
That's like being Joan.
But do you not think he'll get another gig?
No.
If New England gets the Super Bowl this year, they win 12 or 13 next year, you don't think?
I really, after
the Colts, no way.
After Indy and after the Raiders. You know what, though, to Scotty's point,
no way.
How many husbands did Joan Collins have?
Exactly. Like how
people kept marrying her.
Yeah.
Elizabeth had 5. Right?
Or Elizabeth Taylor, was that it?
An NFL owner could convince themselves of like, oh, the Raiders are a dumpster fire. Nobody does business the way that they do. Nobody stands a chance in that place.
There's only one owner that would do it.
This guy's brilliant.
There's only one idiot owner enough to do that.
Jimmy Haslam?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Browns.
Yep. I could see him doing it.
Didn't he already have a dalliance with the Browns?
No, his old boss did.
Well, he's from Canton.
Yeah.
He's from there.
There's some weird things
that's
like
right.
that.
yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
His high school coach dad had to come ride out those last 2 games with him and make sure he
God, I
walked the
wonder
field
if,
with him.
I wonder if that's exactly what happens.
No.
They blow out Stefanski and they hire McDaniels
Well, then
to
you
work
better
with.
get ready to trade Shador. That ain't going to work.
Actually, now
If he couldn't
hold
handle
on.
Jay Cutler, you think he's going to deal with
I don't know.
Shador?
Hold on. Think about this, though. Like, Tom Brady, mentor to Shador Sanders, could call up Jimmy Haslam and give a glowing recommendation of his old buddy Josh McDaniels, and that could turn into the gig.
Does
Josh
Tom
McDaniels
Brady,
drafted Tim Tebow.
Yeah. Does Tom Brady
Sure
still
did.
call Chip Kelly because he's so out of the loop on ownership he doesn't realize this guy was
Doesn't
fired?
know he's gone.
They're still talking ball.
And look, I know, like, and there's like, there's a narrative of just like, what was he supposed to do? Geno and Brock and Ashton Genty, and they got nobody to block, and it's like
Yeah, that's why you brought in. Steam
$6
some
million
stuff up.
a year. That's what the money's for. Okay, you have to figure out
Get
how to be
creative.
good.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey, Scotty, before you get out of here, what amazed you more last night? Logo 3 at the end of the third quarter, or the pass to P. Watt? The left-handed backward spin bounce pass directly.
It's got to be the pass.
You want me to tell you
That pass, man.
I'll tell you the 2 things on both those plays.
Yeah.
And go back and watch the replay. We watched. He's nonchalant on both of them.
Right.
He
didn't care.
He shot that shot at half court. If you go, it's a jumper.
Yeah.
It's not a heave.
No, I know.
It's a jump shot.
That's Scotty, like that, what he did, okay, and even for NBA players, and you can speak to this because you are a giant NBA human. Like, even for NBA players, what he did is exceptional. That he can put up a 42-foot jump shot with the flick of a wrist like that.
That's pretty amazing.
Pure shooting
But
form.
after he made it, and he didn't touch anything but net.
Yeah.
He just walks back. There's no joy in Mudville.
Yeah. Now we
And
got a
then,
fourth
and then
quarter
the
to
same
play.
thing with the pass.
Yeah.
And the pass was stupid because he actually on purpose pushed it down so it would bounce higher.
Yes.
And shorten it. And he didn't want to take a chance of the pass going low
He
or
had
flat.
He had English on it,
Yeah.
and it was directly right up to where all P. Watt had to do was just catch that thing, and he was already on his way up.
I went in the locker room after the game. I was the only media guy in the entire locker room. And Peyton started talking to all the guys because we had 3 passes they were amazed at. The Joker lob to Hardaway.
Yeah.
Because they're getting on Hardaway. I didn't think you could get up and get that.
No, he went up
come
and
on,
got
man.
it.
He went up and got it. The Jamal hook pass,
to Zeke.
flip thing pass to
Wow.
the corner was fabulous.
His playmaking is at another level right now.
Been really good.
Yeah.
And then obviously the pass to P-Watt. P-Watt said, "Dog." I said, "I can't miss this." He said, all I was thinking when I caught it was, I can't miss this layup because that pass was so good. I can't miss this.
Was it Sacramento or Houston? I can't remember which game it was over the weekend, but Joker had a no-look whip out to the corner to Bruce Brown.
And Bruce missed it.
And Bruce clanked it, and I was so pissed at Bruce.
Oh, man, they said, didn't you guys say it? Whoever, were you on the call that one?
It was one of the
because
best
they were
passes
like,
I've
this
ever
would have
seen.
been the highlight. This would have been seen all
Yeah.
over the league.
Yeah.
And you just, no, it was, who is it? Jim Jackson. Jim Jackson on Prime. It was the Prime game.
Okay, so it's Friday.
And he
yeah.
goes, Bruce Brown just screwed up the highlight that would have made the whole week. He goes, we would have been talking about that the whole year,
Yeah.
and you missed the shot.
He buzzed 2 guys' ears, never looked in the corner, and made a perfect pass to Bruce. That's the whole thing. We've got highlights galore of passes Joker's made. How many passes we've got that will never make the highlight that should have been?
Right.
There's been a bunch of those
that
too.
were absolutely epic. Still one of my favorite ones this year, and it's underrated, I feel like, was the one that he whipped over Domantas Sabonis and it skimmed his hair.
Yeah.
I loved
Buzz
that
the tower.
one. It was so
You going to be in the
good.
way? You sure?
It just skimmed his hair. And, like, especially in slow-mo, you could see Sabonis' like, late reaction to the whole thing.
Well, it's a little bit like that pass they had against Milwaukee. Was that a year ago, 2 years ago? When he buzzed Lopez
Yeah.
and it went right by him. Lopez like, where was this supposed to be going? Hits Gordon for an in-stride dunk.
Oh, man. That game last night was really fun. I enjoyed it. You guys were really fun on the call last night. The great Scott Hastings, everybody. PhD every day, noon to 3 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll take a break. When we come back, 6 games remain in this regular season for the Broncos. Who has the greatest amount of pressure upon them to close this thing out strong? We'll talk about that next. Hey, do you like going to Avalanche games? Yes, you do. And it's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. This Saturday, special day at Ball Arena, 2 games. A deucer. The Avalanche host Montreal, and then DU hosts Minnesota. It's a hockey smorgasbord, and you can see both games. Your keyword right now is Brett. B-R-E-T-T, Brett. Text Brett along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see Avs Canadiens and Pioneers Golfers on Saturday. Hey, if you're looking to get some awesome Christmas gifts, the Avalanche host the Mammoth on the 23rd of December. How do they do that with a hockey team playing a lacrosse team?
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
what always clicks in my head.
Yeah. So the Avs host the Mammoth. That being the Utah team on the 23rd of December, and then the Kings and the Blues on the 29th and 31st, respectively. So there you go. Get some hockey tickets. Again, your 320 keyword is Brett. So text Brett along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Again, Brett plus your first and last name, and that enters you to win tickets for the doubleheader Saturday at Ball Arena, Avs Canadiens, DU, and Minnesota.
All right.
You going to the Gophers?
Why Brett?
I don't know.
Can you got the 3 keywords there? Are you seeing a theme?
They're all names.
All right.
That's the best I can do for
See,
you.
if it was just one T, then I'd think Brett Kane. We're doing hosts on the station.
Spring, do you have any?
One of them's Wayne. Oh, wait, whoops.
Well, there you go.
I know what time it's going to be.
Yeah,
I don't.
hey, hang
Well,
on
you can't
and
even
see
text
when
it in
they
right now.
are.
Yeah.
Hockey players?
Okay.
I'm assuming. Oh, yeah.
Brett
Hull?
Hull?
The great one.
I don't know.
Brett. That's where we're going. All right. Hockey players named Brett. Let's go to Hockey Reference.
Gloria! Gloria!
It's such a good
Brett
moment.
Burns.
Brett Clark.
He's
remember
a Brent.
Brent Burns. You're
Brent
right.
Burns. Yes. Brett Clark. Remember Brett Clark?
I do.
Yeah.
Brett Favre. Wait, what? George Brett.
Brett Favre, Andy, had a hockey stick, but I don't think he used it for hockey.
Whoa.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Is that something to do with the Wrangler commercial? Am I?
That was a Jen Sturger callback right there. We're going old school right there. Let's see. Yeah, Brett Clark played for the Avalanche for a minute. I don't know. Brett McLean.
Love to see you tonight.
Yeah, there he is. Remember Brett McLean? He played for the Avalanche for a minute.
I don't. I remember Brett Clark. What was that audio? Oh,
That was
That was Favre.
Favre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, leaving voicemails.
Okay.
Text. Love to see you tonight.
All right.
He sent her the hockey stick. And then
Did he have a copper fit on when he did it? Copper fit underwear or something?
I was thinking of the sleeve on the hockey stick.
Well, I mean, whatever works.
Whoa.
Does he do the commercial pitch before? This is Brett Favre for Copper Fit.
Boy, I'll tell you what I need to keep right. Brett, that's not where that goes.
Anyway,
Although we're
Brett.
impressed it fits.
Brett.
Brett.
With your first and last name to 303-504-0925. One more thought apropos of nothing. I don't know why it does it to me. But something about Mary at the end when Brett Favre shows up. And spoiler alert, Brett Favre makes a cameo at the end of this movie that came out 25 years ago.
Yeah, if you didn't know that's who Brett was, then.
But the line where he walks in and Matt Dillon just goes, "The hell is Brett Favre doing here?" is like makes me laugh. Like it's like a top 5 movie line to me. I don't know what it is. I think it's just in general, like Matt Dillon should have won an Oscar for his performance in Something About Mary. He has got some of the best lines in movie history in that movie. So
You got any from Singles that rev your engine?
not as much.
Sure.
Good soundtrack though.
We're big in Tokyo. Wasn't that one of them?
I believe. There you go.
There we
you
go.
Deep cut. Nice job. Let's talk
As he
about.
sits next to Eddie Vedder.
let's talk about the last 6 games of this season. The Broncos! Yeah. Start Sunday night with the Manders. Okay, on the road in Washington, road date with the Raiders, and then, it gets a little
dicey,
a little bumpy down the stretch.
We up the competition level.
Yeah. But,
couple of division games.
But there is certainly, and I think, New England and Denver are going to be in the race to the very end of the number 1 seed, but the number 1 seed it's in play. It's there for the Broncos. If you are 9-2 and the 1 seed going into week 13 of the NFL, guess what? That's there for the taking. An opportunity to be a number 1 seed. And if you're a number 1 seed, then you have the opportunity, because you have nothing but home games the rest of the way. You have an opportunity to go to the AFC Championship, to go to the Super Bowl, to do all the cool things that you get to do. Andy, this defense is the best pass rushing team in the NFL. It's, as of right now, I think what we would call it is the second best Broncos defense we've ever seen. I have to keep 2015 there, because guess what? They finished the job. And with all due respect to the Orange Crush, let's talk about football being played in the 2010s for a moment, because defense is very different right now, and the rules are different, et cetera, et cetera.
And you and I, we always have had this rule on this show. If we didn't see it, we don't try to act like, so we can't comment on it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm aware of the amount of the Hall of Famers and Ring of Famers that were on that defense. They're all-time special. I was -3.
Yeah.
So
I was 4.
Yeah. So not quite. This defense is, best pressure rate in football. They're phenomenal. It's as good as it's going to get. And you're 9-2, and you've done the job. So with all of that on the table, if we know how good this thing is, how much pressure is on Bo Nix right now to prove I am good enough and smart enough, and doggone it, people like him. I am good enough to take this team where I don't have to elevate everything. Like, I'm not in the Mahomes, Allen, Lamar category. I don't have to put a team on my back. There's a good infrastructure around me. I have an excellent offensive line. I merely have to show out every single game and play well. And if I play well, given everything else that is going on with my football team, I've got a chance to take this thing really far and make it really, really special.
Well, the pressure got ratcheted up with J.K. Dobbins' departure, and
Sure.
I'm sure you guys mentioned it yesterday. Dameon Pierce deciding, cannot figure this out. Dameon Pierce gets released by the Texans. There's no waiver claim in play. He just freely decides to sign with the Chiefs over the Broncos practice squad. That I found interesting. That would have been a nice addition. I think the pressure on Bo is going to be to at least be as good as you were in the Chiefs game. Okay. And look, they had a lot of 3-and-outs. Wasn't exactly their best game, but
I think they only had 3, actually.
I was going to say,
It was
they did better than they had
Their run
in
game
weeks
was
past.
not
They came
very
out.
good. Yeah.
First drive of the game, they did okay. I know they only got a field goal, but they at least held the ball. They kept possession. They didn't put their defense out there too often, especially against, I think it's an all right offense. I don't know what to make of Kansas City. I still can't figure out how I feel about them. I hope we didn't wake a sleeping giant in the fourth quarter the other day, but most of me feels like you probably aren't. They just don't have it this year.
No, I don't think I think they're just sleeping. I don't think there's a giant in there.
Yeah, and it just feels like Travis is probably more worried about what life after football holds when he comments on, I'll make a decision, the
It's just not as
retirement
good.
stuff creeps in.
And their run game sucks.
Yeah, and Mahomes is making some interesting comments at the podium. Did you see him talking about how, it's a good defense over there? The guy Lou Anarumo really matches up his scheme with his players.
Lou typically can give Mahomes a rough time.
Yeah, I just felt like, are you taking a shot at your guy, Spags, or what? Spags is pretty good. You'd already hinted this when we kind of had our little pre-show discussion. I still think that the pressure's on Sean, because at the end of the day, there's always pressure on Bo. He's the one playing the game. He's the one that's been anointed the new guy by the current head coach, and so he's got to get stuff done. He's got to be more consistent than he's been a majority of this season.
Yeah.
Now, I think he's, last game gave us some hope that maybe everything's going to lock in on the way down the stretch. But again, I just think it's up to Sean to give Bo more of a comfort zone in what he wants to do. Tony Romo, Jake Plummer, we talked a lot about it. The Jeff Legwold wrote about it. The evidence is in. When Bo has at least 15 seconds on the clock to look things over and get things set up the way he wants, he's a better player.
Yeah.
So in order to tap into that player, Sean is going to have to go away from some of what he's used to doing as a coach.
So I agree with your points, but I would make this contention. There is no pressure on Sean Payton.
Why is that?
He's already been paid. He gets his $90 million no matter what. He has got his Super Bowl ring no matter what. He is on his Hall of Fame conversation track no matter what. Bo Nix would like to get paid like the $50 million guys, right? He would like a Brock Purdy contract, you know? He wants to be in that spot. He wants to get paid like Mahomes and Justin Herbert do in his division. And if you go to the postseason with this defense and you inevitably, because of 3-and-outs and funky footwork and an offense that doesn't keep pace, and let's say, you know, look at a game like the Houston game where you won 18-15. If you lose a playoff game 18-15, that reflects very poorly on your quarterback. You know, if you lose a game like the Jets game 13-11 when you get to the playoffs, you lose a game like the Raider game 10-7 when you get to the playoffs, that reflects very poorly on you, the quarterback, because ultimately, like, you've got to go out and play and you've got to put points on the board. And so for Bo, who is still on his rookie deal, if he goes out there and shows both this ownership group and this fan base, I'm not up to the task, then he goes from, Joe Burrow and Jordan Love contract talk to you can get we'll give you a Geno deal.
All right.
We'll give you, which is still a great way to make a living. But if he is a AFC Championship or Super Bowl quarterback in year number 2, ownership really doesn't have much of a choice, do they?
No, if they were to be a Super Bowl champion, you've got to Joe Flacco him, and that's going to get interesting.
Right. And the thing that, like, an organization has to worry about right now is, okay, last night Brock Purdy throws 3 picks. Now, he didn't look fully healthy, but also, Andy, we have had the conversation. How many times are just like, what are the Niners thinking? What are you doing giving this guy? The Dolphins and Tua. There's an ownership group that already got, and I know they have a bajillion dollars, and maybe they just flat out don't care. But they did get burned by the Russell Wilson deal.
Well, and let's be honest, your cap cares. We know
sure,
that.
Of course.
And that's where your Russell Wilson point is very salient.
Yeah.
All right, but I like this. We haven't had a chance to volley for a bit. Sean Payton, especially this summer, put all his eggs in the Bo Nix basket.
He did.
Told anybody that would listen.
Yeah.
It's my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I'd have taken him number 1.
Top 4 or 5 quarterback in the game. Yeah.
I knew what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're now seeing how smart I am for picking this guy. Sean knew how good his defense was going to be. Sean knows how good his offensive line is going to be. Here's why I take some of the pressure off. I guess it's all about your perspective, right? To me, all the pressure's on Bo Nix if he has every bit the athletic talent of what Josh Allen has. He does not. You knew that.
No, yeah.
You knew that. So it's up to Sean to call a game that fits Bo. And now look, I'll be curious. Bo can't have another Raider game. If Bo were to give us a bunch of the Raider games down the stretch, then it's all Bo, and it's not going to be a kind month of December. It won't be the season of goodwill towards Bo Nix if that's what you get. But you know what? I'd be curious. 303-504-0925. Text in. I know what I think about the locker room. I'm curious about the fan base. Let's say down the stretch we get a return to what we kind of had leading up to this Chiefs game of, is it Team Sean or Team Bo?
Okay.
And I say that because after the Chief game, you had Team Bo with McGlinchey, Troutman, and a bunch of the guys coming to his aid. Nick Benito, some of the defensive guys. But Team Sean was all his guys after the Raider game, the Chase Daniel, the Colin Cowherds, the guys that we know that he talked to, just kind of going, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah.
Sean's doing some great stuff with the offense, and this guy's got to execute it.
He sure is scheming guys open.
Well, he is. There's no doubt about it.
And the throws are sometimes making it.
Yeah, and you got to make it happen. But again, I think Bo has been hitting the passes Bo hits. We've been watching him hit all year.
Yeah.
The passes Bo has missed, he's not been hitting them all year since going back to training camp. So I do think it's up to Sean to figure out a way to balance out. I know maybe you want to run that play. That play hadn't worked all year. So what are you doing it for? I just think I'm curious for
he shouldn't scheme the wide receiver 3 yards open downfield plays.
Yeah, well, listen. You know what I thought as I watched yet another CU jet screen where they threw it to the back, and like one time, literally, it was like one time the linebacker just jumped up and went, yeah, right here,
Right.
run right into the tackle with me. I don't know who blocks screens worse, CU or the Denver Broncos. But anyway, I've seen too much. If I never saw a screen pass again in the 303, I think I'd be good. Or the 720, or the 970, or the 719, or whatever the hell the new area code is. But I want to know from the fan base, if this keeps going the way it did Raider week, what are you, Team Bo or Team Sean? Because I'm telling you right now, I really think more pressure's on Sean, because Sean is the one that said, I can do it with this guy.
Yeah.
And you've got to want. Sean's got to know. You're right. He's got the ring. But if you want to be in the hall, you really want to guarantee yourself in the hall with the bounty gate and all that crap. You are the first coach to win it with two teams, two different franchises. So he's got pressure. And again, because you said this was your guy and you doubled down all summer long, it's on you to figure out how to get the most out of him.
It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, and if you want to win a pair of tickets for Saturday out of Ball Arena, that is the Avs in Montreal, that's DU in Minnesota, then you need to text in the keyword Brett.
Brett Kern.
B-R-E-T-T. Brett Kern, the spicy meatball. Brett, with your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see the Avs and Canadiens, the Pioneers, and the Golfers on Saturday. Again, text in 303-504-0925. Brett, plus your first and last name. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I don't need to tell you, the holidays are here. You know this. It's the big week. Are you ready with your energy levels to take advantage of all that the holidays have to offer? Low energy can be a sign of low T. Poor sleep can be a sign of low T. Sexual dysfunction can be a sign of low T. Bad workouts, all this stuff. If you think you've been dealing with this, especially during the holiday season, that can be tough. You know you're going to have to survive the full hustle and bustle. And it's, of course, packed with that. You got parties to go to and the whole deal. So if you want to go get your T levels checked and see what they can do for you, you got to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're like a lot of men and you're dealing with low T, a lot of men say, you know what, I'm just going to put this off. I'm going to go deal with it later. Maybe I'll deal with it after the new year. Don't do that. You get things going, get things up and running. You could be feeling great by Christmas right now. Get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them test your T levels and see what they can do for you. Again, if you want to start on testosterone treatment, it's real easy to do. Just go on in there, get that first appointment arranged. Cost of the appointment, by the way, is $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone the day of your treatment, well, your visit is free. They'll just draw your blood. It's going to take 30 minutes to figure out the results, and they'll come and they'll tell you what the results are, and you can discuss what the options are and go from there. So if you want to get that old feeling back, the better energy back for the holidays, it's time to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give them a call today. They've got 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including a great revamped location in Castle Rock that they're really excited for people to check out. Call them at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. Power rankings today at 4:20. What happened with the Broncos after, not playing a football game? We'll get to power rankings coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Plus, your next keyword is also at 4:20 on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Also, guys, don't forget, The second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/avsticks. So make sure you go to altitudesportsradio.com/avsticks, and then you can enter there on the second chance. So even if you don't win on our show or any of the other shows over the course of the day here at Altitude Sports Radio, well, you still got a crack at it. And this is, by the way, this is for the doubleheader on Saturday. Avs in Montreal at 1 o'clock, DU in Minnesota at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. The Pios and the Gophers in the U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame game presented by Pepsi Zero Sugar. Always hit the title sponsor. I'm looking forward to Chad Brown coming up here in just a minute because we got to talk about obviously what's happening in this AFC playoff picture. Plus, want to get his take on this current conversation. Andy says more pressure on Sean Payton.
I believe so. Think you went all in on him.
I believe Sean Payton has no pressure on him. He gets his $90 million no matter what. Bo Nix is playing for a $55 million contract. But you got to convince an organization it's a good idea. And if you blow a Super Bowl run with an all-time great defense and the best offensive line you'll ever play behind at your disposal, it's going to make an organization and an ownership group take a look at the player and go, this is not my kind of guy.
But I also think you have an ownership group that was told by the coach a number of times.
Oh, sure.
This is the dude.
His dude. Absolutely. His dude. $18.5 million per year.
And the other thing is Bo's still got a couple of years to earn that contract. It's not like they got to re-up him next year.
No, but I paint this picture to you.
Go ahead, Bob Ross.
There's going to be happy trees and an unhappy fan base in this painting because in this situation, the Broncos will have lost a home playoff game in either the wild card or the divisional round. The restless locals that have already booed the quarterback and booed the offense and booed the coach this year are letting it be known their disappointment. There's also this part of it too, Andy, where if there's a year to do it, man, a year where Mahomes doesn't have it, Allen doesn't have it, Lamar very well may not have it. Those teams are all deeply flawed. Drake May appears to be ascending, but, there's also a world where he could, turn back into a pumpkin. We don't know.
Yeah, we get false reads all the time.
Totally.
Caleb Williams getting better.
CJ Stroud looked like he was a generational talent. We were talking about him like, oh, he's a top 5, top 6 quarterback in the league right now. And now, I think you have arguments amongst Texans fans of like, gosh, should we keep playing Davis Mills? The answer is no, you shouldn't. But that's those kind of questions do kind of pop up. But the thing is we know Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar, and Joe Burrow, who is also dealing with huge injuries this year, and he's got a crap team around him. But all these guys are going to be back. The AFC is still stacked at quarterback for the next 5 years. So, there is also an element of, this year is like a golden opportunity to slip in there, right?
Yeah, I was talking with our guy, Rob Trujillo. We might have to have him in, mid-December. I was asking him, give me a breakdown on the Bills. You're a big Bills guy.
He's our ambassador to Bills
country.
How
you feeling about this? Because really, the highway should be wide open for a team like the Bills that has suffered the tears and had the disappointment and all that other stuff. They're the team that I think needs to take advantage of this more than anybody. I mean, I'm still worried there's some lessons for the Broncos to learn along the way.
I think the Bills are set for the next decade.
They may be.
When you got that guy. But when you suffer a year like this.
Yeah.
And how many, again, the 4 best quarterbacks in the AFC, all their teams are suspect at best right now.
Yeah, I just, you know what?
Which, again, and you're right, it's pressure on them both, to be sure. It's pressure on Sean to win. But, I guess my argument is, if I could Sean Payton is entrenched. Bo Nix is still not. He's the prove it guy. Sean Payton is the second highest paid coach in the NFL because it has been proven with him. He's legit.
Yeah, but I still think this. I'm telling you, when you put your legacy on the line because you said this is the guy and I know better than anybody, well, you got to prove it.
Yeah.
I still think there's years after this for Bo to prove, because at the end of the day, Bo is still a second-year quarterback. And I understand your point about the fan base. The fan base is going to be up in arms if you blow this opportunity, and ownership's going to look at it a different way.
Yeah.
And it's going to be harder for you to get the contract and the whole deal.
It puts a stink on you.
It does, but this is still just a second-year guy that can evolve in year 3. The story is not written after this year for Bo Nix. If Sean Payton blows this chance, he may not get another shot at a Super Bowl. We'll see. This is
Yeah, but
what
is Bo Nix ever going to have a better team around him than what he has right now?
Well, I mean, right now he doesn't have the running back that I think he wants.
Sure.
So there's a possibility he could, and I don't think this offensive line's falling apart next year. And if they were to actually add a quality number 2, or some would even say a quality number 1 receiver, I think there is a chance to improve on what the offense is. Hey, I'd take a tight end that isn't 90 years old that can get open and run.
Second least pressured quarterback in the entire NFL this year.
What makes you think that'll change in a year?
Offensive line play is a heavy variance spot.
I give it to you, but they've already been down Ben Powers, and I think Palczewski's done well, and he's a young guy. If you had a bunch of old dudes, I could see this being a problem.
Garrett Bowles is old.
Okay, but I don't think Garrett
Bowles was old when he got to the NFL.
I was going to say.
Yeah, but he's like that again. Like the collective health that you've generally, even with the Powers injury, the collective health that you have had this year. Plus, like, there's not really like if something happens with Bowles or McGlinchey. You haven't drafted a tackle since, what, 2017?
Yeah, you're probably going to have to change that.
Yeah.
Real soon.
You don't really have anything in the pipeline. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Palczewski by now is your left guard of the future.
Picking in the mid to late 20s sets up for you to take a tackle.
It does.
Just perfectly.
Yeah, it should.
Let's be honest.
It should.
And that's what they're dialed in to do right now.
That would be a good place to do it.
I'm going to tell you, here's the good news. If Sean will just budge a little bit, you can still switch formations and personnel. Not, I keep saying formations. I need to say personnel. You can still switch personnel the way that you want to. Just let Bo have a little what he wants, multiple plays, same personnel grouping in an early game, get him into a rhythm, and then I think you can do a little bit more of what you want. And if he'll do that, I think everybody's happy, and I don't think we're worried about this. But if he continues to be stubborn and continues to force in multiple personnel groupings and get Bo stressed out that we're under 10 seconds on the play clock, I don't know that we don't get the change we seek. How about that?
I think there's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL that look at Bo Nix's situation and say, I would murder to have what you have right now.
Sure. But again, Bo's skill set is what it is. Bo's arm is what it is.
Right.
Bo is not going to throw you out of any problem. But never was Bo promised to be that. So you've got to stay out of the problems. And you can do that by keeping him comfortable. And he proved that at the end of that Kansas City game.
Tune in tomorrow for a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. Thanksgiving isn't going to stop us from giving away Nuggets tickets. Why would it? Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to the Mavs game on December 1st. Yeah, go see Cooper Flag. That is a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 2 begins with our buddy Chad Brown. Chad, I have to start with this. Let's go right to your college football expertise. Is it really possible that there is a team that could go to the college football playoff, that could be ostensibly playing for a national championship, because that's what you do when you get to that place, and before those games are even played, their coach could have jumped ship and gone to LSU or Florida or somewhere else in their conference and taken the money of their rivals? And even though in that profession, what you work for, presumably, and what you coach for, presumably, for the old you, is to go and try and win a national championship and develop those young men. But is it really possible that Lane Kiffin could just say, screw you guys, I get a raise if I go to LSU?
Yes, it is entirely possible. It's also entirely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, with the kids and the transfers and the NIL,
it's all a business.
It was impossible to blame the kids because we are the ones, the adults in the room, who allowed this to happen.
Yeah.
But now, do we have to appeal to your better sense of sportsmanship, your sense of honor, your sense of dignity?
Right.
Is that where that's the stage of college football, is where we're at right now? We're appealing to your dignity, Lane Kiffin. Now, could this all just be a charade between him and his agent to boost up his value, so Ole Miss has to match whatever he's going to possibly get from LSU or Florida? It could be. And if that's the case, I still don't like the way you played the game here.
I mean, Chad, you got the governor approving a gigantic, disgusting deal for Lane Kiffin and trying to snag him away. Like, it's gone so far, it feels well above posturing right now.
Is it him and the AD at Ole Miss? Are they in cahoots now? Because we are going to be talking about this in Denver, and they're going to be talking about this in Texas and in California and in Michigan, in Ohio and in Louisiana, where all these recruiting hotbeds are. So, is this all a ploy to get Ole Miss talked about? Well, if it is, it's working because it's ridiculous. So on one hand, there's some skepticism about who's actually behind all this. But on the other hand, if our worst fears are true here, then what does it say about Lane Kiffin? What does it say about college football? What does it say about these athletic directors at the LSU in Florida who are going to be willing to parade this guy around and make him the face of their entire program, knowing if that's how you got in bed with this guy, then you're going to get in bed with the next guy in some other unseemingly ugly way as well.
Chad,
awful.
The other thing that's so wild about this story is, like, do you remember when Steve Sarkisian was Lane Kiffin, when he was in this spot and everybody was fighting each other to get his services, and now you got fans down in Texas that want to run him out of town? Like, the funniest thing to me about this is, like, careful what you wish for. You might actually get Lane Kiffin, and you're still going to want to fire him in 2.5 years.
The handed college football over to boosters is now hyper sped up the expectations. A booster says, I give you my money, I expect instant wins. And so now not only are they giving the money to hire the coach, now they're giving the money to fire the coach. Now I get say-so on who the next coach gets to be. And it's just an ugly, ugly cycle. And, again, if college athletics, I know it's semi-pro now, but are we still in it a bit for the kids? A little bit, because the coaches, you get hired, you get fired, you still win.
Yeah.
It's the kids who end up losing. And so, considering at least a little bit has to be about the kids, they're the ones who end up losing. Now these kids are going to transfer schools because coach made promises to me and now he's no longer here. And the new coach is coming in and he didn't give my grandma any promises. And now I got to find some other places willing to give my grandma some promises, and I'm going to play and he's going to look after me like he was my own son, and all that recruiting garbage we always hear. But it all just feels like the word I just said, garbage at this point.
Can you imagine if Chad Brown was coming out right now, Andy, how many promises his grandma would have gotten?
There'd have been no promises, Chad. There would have just been zeros in the check. Here's what we got for you, right? All right, what you got, Move? What's going to happen in Colorado when this is all said and done? And I ask you for this reason. Someone that I know and trust, and it's not Mark Johnson, told me they don't think there's a world where Deion lets this be his last year with the record. But then we get today that Julian Lewis is going to sit. He's not going to play. He's going to preserve the red shirt. And part of me is like, are you preserving the red shirt to stay here and build the program, or are you going to go still have your 4 years eligibility somewhere else, or what are we going to do? And do you have the money? You brought up the donor. Is the donor going to write the check to buy out Deion? I can't imagine a world where Colorado does that, but maybe it happens. What's your gut tell you about what the future of Colorado football is?
Yeah, I don't believe there's enough booster money to buy out Deion's deal. So if Deion's leaving, it would have to be on his own accord. The health issues, I think, have to be a concern. When you miss spring ball and you miss a lot of the offseason program and you miss the summer, yeah, you're just behind as a football team. And so as we talked about weeks ago on this show, it's hard enough to be a college football coach, but to be a guy who can only part-time give his attention to his football team because he's got his own health concerns, well, it's almost impossible. So you've got that. You've got, Caden Salter getting the start this week. And who's driving that? Is it because Deion expects to be there? Or is it Julian Lewis and his team saying, hey, we want to preserve that? I don't know. But I'm hearing some rumors from within the program that, Jordan Seaton is hearing and fielding opportunities. And if Jordan goes, apparently Juju said he's willing to go. So again, these are rumors. I can't substantiate them. But when things go as this season has gone, I think you've got to give the rumor mill a bit of validity and a bit of credence, because the domino effect of that one move, which then could become the second move, which then would probably end up with a flurry of moves after that, would really decimate the program from a talent standpoint, which is already not up to the talent level to win the Big 12. So now we would be talking about going back to the way things were pre-prime, when the program was literally ranked by Sports Illustrated as the worst program in the country. So that we are at a very difficult precipice point right now, which I've always said part of the reason I did not pursue college coaching when I was younger, because I thought I don't want my future to be determined by an 18 or 19-year-old. But and that was a different time, because I saw Jordan Seaton take a photo of his award that he got from the Colorado fans in the backseat of his $350,000 Maybach sedan.
I told that today, and I was like, that leather seat alone, I was like, this is ridiculous.
So now, instead of a 17-year-old determining my future, it's a 19-year-old who's got millions of dollars in the bank and drives a $350,000 Maybach who determine my future. That's also a crazy place to be. Neither one felt very good.
Meanwhile, you're just hoping Sulzer Har will hook you up with an F-150 to drive around instead of the Maybach. So anyway.
Talking to Chad Brown, as we do every Tuesday here on the show. Chad, let's flip to a very different topic, yet one that is also a little bit troubling. What is worse, being spat upon or being punched in the giblets by an opponent? What is happening in football right now, and why? First off, who even thinks of spitting? And then it happened more with CSU this weekend. And then last night on Monday Night Football, poor Jawan Jennings. What is going on, and why is this stuff happening? And what was the craziest thing that you saw happen out on the football field?
Okay. I do the conference calls with the league office with former players, and the sportsmanship thing has been a topic for 2 years. And so Troy Vincent has been harping on it as director of football operations for the NFL, former NFL great, all-pro, Pro Bowl cornerback for the Philadelphia Eagles. And he has been harping on this for a long time. And because it's former players, he gets on those calls. And while we're talking about officiating and we're talking about all the nuances of rules that come up over the course of the season, he is Troy Vincent, the NFL ops professional. Once we get into this stuff, he turns into Troy Vincent in the locker room. And we can't have this blankety blank crap on the football field, this gangster crap with guns and spitting and punching people in the groin, this F for the F, blah, 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 can't, so he is going to come down hard. So we've already seen the guy from Carolina get suspended for one game. And so if you are an NFL player and you're thinking about crossing the sportsmanship lines or doing something that Troy Vincent feels is gangster or lowbrow or whatever, you are going to suffer the consequences. They're going to continue to ratchet up these punishments. Previous protocol or previous precedent, I think will not be used. They're just going to come after you because they are sick and tired of this. And what Troy says, when he gets with the membership, as he calls the group of owners, when he gets with the membership, this is always the first topic with the membership, not the officials, not all these other rule operations things, the public persona of the league and how this presents itself in such a negative way. So that answers part of your question. Getting spit on in the face is definitely worse than getting punched in the groin, because punching the groin is actually an attempt to hurt you physically. Spitting is disrespecting your manhood. I disrespect you as another human being. Therefore, I spit on you. I see you as lower than me. So that's a whole different category for me. I've been spat on. I've been punched in the groin. I've had somebody go for a hole in my body that no one should ever go for unless you're in an exam room with a doctor and people are gloved up.
The oil check?
So I've had all of those things happen to me. So I can't think of something that you would think of that could possibly happen that I have not seen. Eye gouging, eye pokes, the fish hook in someone's mouth. I've seen it all. It's a nasty business on the bottom of those piles, particularly for somebody who's wearing disgusting, nasty gloves that they wore for 3 games in a row. Now they're trying to poke it in your eye or into your mouth.
Yeah, wear a cup, boys. That's what I'd say. I still don't understand why anybody doesn't want to wear that anymore. That would give you a little bit of protection, but whatever.
No, real quick. I can't let that one go by. The speed and pace of an NFL game, it's impossible to keep that thing in place. So if you've got this plastic piece now, and let's suppose something starts to hang out of this plastic thing, and now you get hit on it, it's no longer a protection, it's a guillotine. And so I don't want a guillotine anywhere near those parts of my body.
Yeah, you've made us. Yeah, that I didn't need the France reference there, to be quite honest with you. We didn't need to go Napoleon on the Napoleon there.
Off with their head.
Yeah. Then you know what? We need to update the technology because, again, something should be done. All right. Nate had a great question, and I want you to answer it. Who has more pressure down the stretch with as good as this defense, Bo Nix or Sean Payton?
Ooh.
To make sure the offense functions, coming at it from that lens.
Sean Payton. Maybe from a fan perspective, it could be Bo Nix, but from a pure football perspective, Sean Payton has the opportunity here. We've harped about running the ball. It's gotten better, but we've harped about running the ball. We've harped about some of these short yardage trick play choices. We've harped about being backed up and deciding to pass the ball and ends up being a safety. So we talked about some of these questionable play calling decisions and game planning for quite a while now. And so in my mind, if I'm going to look at the person most responsible for the success of this Broncos offense, it's 100% Sean Payton for me over Bo Nix.
Nate, a retort?
Yeah, you guys are both wrong. Yeah. No, it's on Bo, man. Sean's been paid. Sean's good to go. Sean is scheming dudes open. Sean is keeping Bo upright game in and game out. He's got to make those plays. Like he is a second-year guy on a rookie deal. And Chad, you've been in this town long enough to know that if you have a unit like the Broncos defense you have an offensive line like what the Broncos have in front of you, and you're the reason that thing falls short, that's a bad look for you as a quarterback. I think that puts a stink on you from an ownership perspective, from a fan perspective, that you may not ever be able to come back from. Peyton, on the other hand, has his ring and he's got his $90 million.
I agree with your assessment there. I just think from a pure football perspective, an insider football perspective, Sean Payton's got a more direct ability to affect the offense. Could Bo Nix's footwork be better? Certainly. Could he not get happy feet when it's time for a long throw and speed up in the pocket? There's all these things we can talk about. But in the end, if Sean Payton does a really good job, then Bo Nix is going to perform better. The less we ask of Bo, and the more we spread it out offensively, the better Bo is going to be. And so those opportunities are really based on Sean Payton's play calling and game plan more than anything else. Not to say that you're wrong. It's just a disagreement amongst friends here.
He's Chad Brown.
He's wrong.
everybody.
Tell him he's wrong. He was not afraid to tell us we're wrong.
Yeah, you guys are dead wrong. We know that.
The guy's got 2 more years to earn the contract.
Bo Nix is 27th in the NFL in completion rate.
I think that's also his age.
It's very true. They look open to me. Chad Brown, everybody. Guys, Chad, we're thankful for you in this Thanksgiving week. We are thankful for you and your expertise and everything you bring to the show every single week. So thank you so much.
Are you a turkey guy, by the way? Nate hates turkey.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
lukewarm.
I did a turkey boycott for about 5 years. But literally, I'm going to get up off of this seat and I'm going to go in the oven and baste my turkey in the last 45 minutes of cooking here. I'm doing it ahead of time. I'm not going to do the carving at the table. It's already going to be pre-cut up, and I'm going to get a little extra crunch on it ahead of time. But I think by going this route, I can make it more palatable for me. And give me some time to debone this bad boy, use those bones to make a turkey stock, to make it a little juicier, not so dry. So I've got a plan. My fingers are crossed, but I think I can achieve it this year.
That's so much work. I can just put burgers on the grill at this rate. My God. Chad Brown, everybody.
I love my people. You feed the people you love. You feed them good food, Nate.
And they'll all like a burger more. Chad, good stuff, man. Thank you.
See you guys.
All right, Chad Brown hanging out with us on a Tuesday afternoon. It is time for your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets on every show with keywords all day on the 20s. Andy, your 420 keyword, Alex. Alex.
As in Trebek?
As in Ryan Emmy. Actually, it's Ovechkin.
Not Tanguay?
It's not Tanguay. No. It's not Mogilny. It's Alex Ovechkin. So the keyword is Alex. Text Alex with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche and the Canadiens, and then DU and Minnesota on Saturday night. So the Avs and the Canadiens, afternoon affair at 1 o'clock. Gophers and Pios at 7 o'clock. You can be at both games at Ball Arena. Hey, get ready for Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals by subscribing to Avs Alert. The latest offers land straight in your inbox. Sign up today at coloradoavalanche.com/Avs Alert. Again, your keyword right now is Alex. Text Alex along with your first and last name. I suppose if your first name is Alex, you write Alex twice. Alex, along with your first and last name, to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Your keyword is Alex. Text Alex along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see the Avs and the Canadiens on Saturday. Plus, you would get tickets to 2 games because also you get tickets for DU and Minnesota on Saturday night. Some college hockey, both games at Ball Arena. Again, text Alex along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. By the way, I got the clue as to why we got these 3 names.
Yeah.
Brett, Alex, and another one. These are because it's tickets to 2 games, Andy. These are the 3 all-time leaders in 2-goal games in NHL history.
Well, look at that.
Alex Ovechkin, the leading goal scorer in the history of the NHL, is the all-time leader with 156 2-goal games. Brett Hull, which we gave you back at 320, Brett Hull, 140 2-goal games in his NHL career. Of course, you would want to know that Joe Sakic, 22nd all-time. 22nd all-time, Joe Sakic, 96 career 2-goal games. Of course, you would also want to know Nathan McKinnon, currently 91st on the all-time list of 2-goal games with 61 for his career. 2-goal games. Text Alex along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I don't have a lot to add to that there, Alex.
And you are entered. And now it is time for your power rankings. Every Tuesday, we tell you where the Broncos are getting rated in the power rankings. We track 8 of them, and we tell you what the football world thinks of your Denver Broncos. Boy, Andy, they didn't play last week, and yet...
Did absence make the heart grow fonder?
They had a pretty good power ranking week.
Well,
as you will see. Last week, the average ranking for the Broncos was 4.375. Yes, I went out to 3 decimal places. 4.375. I guess that's technically the thousandths, if you want to
they were 4.
Be a math guy about it. Highest ranking on the board last week was Pro Football Talk, which had them at number 3. That was the highest ranking on the board, average, basically 4. So how'd they do this week? Well, they didn't play. They didn't even have a game. So what's that going to do for them? Well, funny things happened. Like, the Eagles lost.
How about that one?
And the Colts lost. Yeah, a couple of teams that were above Denver in some of the power rankings lost. So what does that mean? Let's start with ESPN, fine media outlet, ESPN. Last week, they had the Broncos at number 5, which was tied for their lowest ranking on the board. This week, the Broncos did absolutely nothing but watch football, and they jump up 2 spots to number 3. Tracer for the Broncos, says ESPN. NFL.com thinking much the same thing. Last week, they had the Broncos at number 5. This week, the Broncos, after several rounds of golf, leap 2 spots to number 3. 3, says NFL.com. That's the league's own website.
Run by ESPN.
Yes.
What? Come again?
How that works, I'm not terribly sure. The Athletic, which is run by the New York Times. The Athletic.
Written by people not very athletic,
not terribly
as you
athletic.
Pointed out. Although our guy Nick played some basketball in his day.
Yes. And if he tried to now, he would pull a hamstring. The Athletic last week said the Broncos were the 4th best team in the NFL. Well, after not having a scheduled contest
And
this
drinking
past week,
lots of bourbon.
yes. Well, the Broncos leapfrog 2 teams to jump up to number 2.
Number 2.
It's a number 2.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. Number 2.
Now, is that the high ranking, or did Pro Football Talk already do number 2?
Pro Football Talk already did 2 this year.
We've never had a 1.
We've never had a 1.
In the history of Kreckman and Lindahl, the longest running sports show,
Yes.
afternoon sports show in Denver history.
Yes.
Not history. Currently.
We still got a while to
Yeah, we got a way to go.
catch Irvin Joe. We're working on it, though.
Or the zoo.
The Athletics got him at number 2.
Number 2.
Yes. Now, the Kreckman and Lindahl show has had many number 2s, and that's often why Andy has to miss segments.
It's been a while.
Deuce right there.
I found out that fat guy shot does the opposite.
Okay.
There's no hurrying.
All right.
Some days you're just hoping that you'll be in the mood.
Did they say that in the commercial?
I don't think so.
Side effects include.
Side effects include no need for a paper. The paper industry is dying because you don't need one.
You don't need
You don't need any reading.
The Ringer. We always like to track The Ringer. We had Lindsey Jones on the show last week. She was great. We love Linz. The Ringer said the Broncos were the 4th best team in the NFL after their last time out, their victory over the Chiefs. Well, then the Broncos didn't do anything, but they watched the Eagles blow a 21-0 lead. So the Broncos hop up 1 spot to number 3.
Number 3.
I believe that one was actually the sound of Jawan Jennings after he got punched in the nads last night.
So that's Trey threes.
Would you, if you had to take a pick, Andy, loogie to the face or punch to the gonads?
See, there's always follow-up questions.
Okay.
How solid is the contact going to be?
It looked pretty solid to me last night.
Like, if it's a direct hit,
yeah,
where all parts of the tree, if the twigs and the berries are catching contact,
clean,
then I'm going to have to wipe the loogie off.
Yeah.
Because there's no way the direct hit
I'm with you.
causes vomiting.
I'm with you.
So
yeah. No, I'm with you. Chad Brown said the spitting is worse because it disrespects your manhood.
I'd rather my manhood not get rattled.
I got to be honest with you. I don't have a ton of respect for my manhood. I'm not that worried about it.
Yeah.
I just want my nads to be okay.
I'd rather you literally respect my manhood.
I can get over that. I can take my sleeve and get that out of there.
And listen, I can conjure up the return loogie with the best of them. But if you catch me square in the family jewels,
I'm done.
I'm out of the game
I'm
for a bit.
crying.
I'm waiting for the next matchup to get even with you.
But for now, I'm going to have to be carried out of
here.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. Okay, our heads are in the same place. CBS, Spring, CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Last week, CBS, who Deion Sanders was doing nothing with, even though he talks to them every week now, they said the Broncos were the 5th best team in the NFL, and then the Broncos didn't do anything. They didn't have a game. They presumably spent time in casinos and God knows what else. Will Lutz got a new contract. He did something, I suppose. That worked out for him.
He was happy with the bye.
He enjoyed it. CBS says the Broncos are now the 3rd best team in the NFL. Number 3. So far, we're 5 in. We have 4 threes and 1 2.
A lot of people did not like the football they saw out of the teams actually playing and said, that Broncos squad, I could use a little of them in my life.
Basically, what happened was if you had both the Colts and the Eagles above Denver, you moved them up 2. But if you only had one of them, then you move them up one like the Ringer did.
Which of those two games, the Colts lost to the Chiefs and the Eagles lost to the Cowboys, which one was more embarrassing for said team?
I would say
Which
it's
bad
the Eagles,
game was good?
The Eagles, because they had a 21-0 lead.
Yeah, but at points.
The Colts had a 14-3 lead in that game, but.
And you knew they were screwing up chances. I was like, you guys, you know.
They finished that game with a bunch of 3-and-outs.
I ended up hating both games at certain points, though, where I was like, how is nothing else on?
Pro football talk. They talk about pro football.
And are run by a lawyer.
Hey, so are we. That's what we do.
We're not run by a lawyer. Although our injury report is brought to you by both a doctor and a lawyer. Joseph Ramos.
I would assume there's several people at the executive level that have law degrees in our place.
You think so?
Yeah, without a doubt.
I think Kevin Demoff's rolling around knowing the goods about the ins and outs of the law.
I think he does. Yeah. He's a very, very smart, very learned man.
What about Kevin?
Kevin Shockey. Associate's degree?
If you and I have bachelors, I'm going to assume he has a bachelor's as well.
GED? I don't know.
We're all rolling with the old liberal arts.
That's why we're doing this.
Yeah. You can liberally get let go of your job quite often for that degree.
No, Kevin, you might have finished 3 years of a 4-year school. I joke.
I bet you he got all the way through an associate's.
He does know how to use StatHead and figure out who has the most 2-goal games in NHL history. That's got to be worth something, right? Anyway, Pro Football Talk had him at 3. Then they moved him up 1 spot to number 2.
Oh, he's back. So he's back to his top ranking.
So he's back to 2.
And he's telling the Athletic, hey, guy, I did it first, and now I've returned.
USA Today, Andy. Their website/newspaper in the USA.
I don't know. Nobody's confirmed the USA Today in the hotel lately.
So last week, USA Today had the Broncos at number 4. They were at 4 last week. This week, after having had their bye, Broncos still number 4.
Well, USA Today, maybe you could do some work.
Nothing, says USA Today. Seattle at 2, New England at 3, Broncos at 4. Obviously, the Rams at 1. Everybody has the Rams at 1. Yahoo Sports. Yahoo! That's Frank Schwab. That's our dude. Frank Schwab last week said the Broncos were the 5th best team in the NFL. This week, they didn't play a game, and yet they launched up 2 spots to number 3. Andy, across the board. Here we go. 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 4, 3. Low ranking on the board, USA Today. High ranking on the board, The Athletic and Pro Football Talk, which both have Denver in the top 2 currently, only behind the LA Rams. Average ranking on the board, 2.9. We'll round it up to 3. Average jump was 1.5 this week for the Denver Broncos. They went up in every ranking save for 1, that being USA Today, which has them down at number 4. The average for the Broncos is 3, which I guess makes sense because the Rams are number 1 and the Patriots are 10-2.
How do you feel about the Patriot ranking? When do they have their bye? Obviously, they haven't had their bye yet.
They have a game this week, and then I believe they have the Week 14 bye. Is the Patriots. Plus, we talked about this. New England has the what is it? The one of the easier schedules in the NFL here down the stretch. Indy's obviously, we know, cranks up in terms of degree of difficulty. But yeah, New England still has. They still have the Giants, the Jets, and the Dolphins staring them in the face right now. Plus, they get their bye in Week 14. They'll be in action on Monday night against the Giants. Say this, the Giants were at least, they were plucky in their matchup with the Detroit Lions. I don't know if Mike Kafka blew all the trick plays or not.
I
tell you what, that's one of the things, and we'll talk more about this upcoming game against the Manders, but this is the time of year where, like, you'll get those kind of plucky efforts out of teams sometimes. Like the Giants they gave a tough one to the Lions. I thought the Bengals with Flacco, they gave New England a tough one the other day. They made him fight to the very end. Honestly, the Jets had a halftime lead on Baltimore. Like, even the Jets. I think Dan Quinn, despite his team not being good, I do think the Manders will play the Broncos tough on Sunday night. I don't view that team as a rollover group right now.
No, and it looks like Jay Daniels not going to play. They've already made that
they're going to go with Mariota.
But you're right. Look, it's a road game. You got to take road games seriously.
Yeah, they're not good, and the Broncos will win.
But it could be plucky.
I mean, all the last 3 games have been field goal games for the Broncos, and it's been against a wide swath of quality of opponents that they have played over the last 3 weeks. I just kind of think that's what this team is. I think they just kind of play tight, tough games because that's how they're built to win.
Yeah, the defense is really good, and the offense has its moments, and you better hope that you get a few more.
Your keyword is Alex. Text Alex along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered to win Avalanche and Canadiens tickets. Andy, Nikola Jokic continues to climb all kinds of all-time leaderboards. He became the Nuggets' all-time leader in an interesting statistical category. I'll tell you what that is next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. Andy, last night, Nikola Jokic moved into number 1 in franchise history in what statistical category? Did you happen to see this?
Oh, I did. Now I can't remember.
He is now the Denver Nuggets all-time leader in offensive rebounds.
How about that?
Yes.
Because when I think of Nikola Jokic, although I really probably should.
Like all of those, anytime that he volleyballs the ball off the rim, and yes, Kendrick Perkins pads the stat sheet, those all count as offensive rebounds. And so last night, offensive rebound number 2,039 surpassed Alex English on the franchise's all-time list. He is, of course, already the franchise's all-time leader in defensive and total rebounds. 8,359 regular season rebounds for the career for the great Nikola Jokic. In all seriousness, when it is all said and done, I don't think he's going to catch Mutombo on blocks. That might be it.
It's the only one he's not going to get to?
Yeah.
What if he just creates the shot blocker era of his career? He's the Taylor Swift of Denver Nuggets, and his next era is shot blocker.
He's just going to he finds something to be better at every year. He does. So I'm not going to say it's impossible. I do believe he will be the franchise's all-time leader in steals. He is right now. He's less than 200 short of Fat Lever right now on the all-time steals list. So he's going to have that by the time it's all said and done. I don't know. What is he? Three total 3-pointers. He probably won't get there. I don't think. And yet I say that.
Yeah, he might.
He might.
How far is he off? Who's the all-time 3-pointer? Is it?
In terms of the franchise lead in 3-point field goals, that's per 36. Where's total?
Got to be either Mahmoud.
Jamal.
Jamal?
Yep. And Jokic is number 2.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamal's going to make sure he doesn't catch him there. Jamal's got to be like, I'm going to own one of these.
Yeah, it's funny, too, because when you look at the all-time list, it's Jamal, Joker, MPJ, Will Barton, and J.R. Smith. It's all guys of this era because they take 1,000 threes now. Or in Jamal's case, they've made 1,190 of them.
All right, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Because it was right before you walked in. I almost wish we were on it. As you know, when you walked in when we did crosstalk. But DMac asked, do you wish the KCP could return to the Nuggets? And I said, of course. I was thinking the same thing watching it last night.
Yeah.
But you'd have to trade for him. So DMac was like, well, who are you going to trade? And he brought up Cam Johnson. I'm going to find out one day what his deal with Cam Johnson. I ain't touching Cam Johnson.
No.
But I threw out there, he goes, well, it's got to be someone good. I go, okay, Peyton Watson. And I know Peyton Watson's playing really well.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't touch it.
But you may not be able to afford him after the year.
I like this team.
You're not touching anything?
No. In the championship window right now. Did you see Peyton Watson scored 27 last night?
Yeah, I love Peyton Watson, but if you could get a first-round pick and a really good player.
But he is turning into a very reliable, and I can't believe we're saying this about Peyton Watson, 3-and-D guy right now. His corner 3-point shooting has become a weapon. He's always been a good corner 3-point shooter. Not always been, but he kind of became one last year. But he was bad above the break. This year, since he's been able to kind of get more space to operate, and especially starting at the 4 with AG not in there, he can kind of wander and roam between the dunker and the corner, and he's getting open looks and he's knocking them down. Right now, if he walks away. I call that cost of doing business in the Nikola Jokic era. His defensive versatility is too valuable. I right now, this sounds insane, I would not give up 23-year-old Peyton Watson for veteran Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Is there anybody you would consider making the switch? Because KCP would give you another ball handler,
of
would
course.
he not?
Well, kind of.
Which I think they'd love to have. And I'm not telling you he's prime, but
yeah,
he'd be an option.
I'm not that worried about the ball handling. If anything, there's nothing original about this thought. Another 3-and-D wing. Because that's
the thing everybody's looking for at the deadline.
Exactly, because that's what the NBA is now made of, and that's what this league is all about. So no, I don't need to make those trades. No, I love this team. As
set it and forget it.
As currently constructed, I absolutely believe that. Now, if there is another catastrophic injury and you lose somebody for the year, and now you have to start rethinking lineups, sure. But like right now, I love what this thing currently is. They're on a 62-63 win pace right now. They're not going to catch Oklahoma City. That's okay. It's all about how you match up with them in a 7-game series. I do think the youth of Peyton Watson and his ability to be able to defend multiple positions is very, very important. I like him in this role right now. I love KCP, but also like there was a time and a place for all of that. And it's okay that it's gone. Last year, if you would have posed this to me, I would have tripped all over myself to make this trade. Not this team right now, though. I really like this team.
Nah, it's a deep team.
Yeah.
I think it's really you got a lot of what you want.
I
you think we'll ever sniff some Deron Holmes with Gordon out long term?
I do. I do think this kind of creates an opportunity for him to see some NBA minutes and get a little bit of development, and hopefully the Nuggets can get something good out of him. I was doing In the Paint last night with Dan Tanner and was talking about it of I would start Tim Hardaway over Spencer Jones is what I would do, and just try and absolutely maximize the offensive weapons that are on the floor in the Jokic minutes. That's what I would do, and I would kind of deploy Spencer Jones more in his specialized role. I recognize that you take away some second unit shooting if you make a move like that, but I would also say that's life without Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. There's no such thing as a perfect rotation anymore. And so, the non-Jokic minutes are not the death that they used to be, because Valanciunas and Jamal, I think, are the key to keeping that whole thing and what they can do playing together. I would just say let's make this Jokic lineup just give it as much offensive firepower as it can possibly have.
Did you feel betrayed by one of your close buddies, Dan Hyatt, when he texted us to say should not have gone for the cup, should have shut it down, and maybe Aaron Gordon wouldn't be dealing?
Hey, you know what? When you drop a they shouldn't play a guy tonight, and then he goes out with a grade 2 hamstring strain, you get to pat yourself on the back a little bit. You got to give Dan Hyatt credit on that.
I give him credit. It also didn't feel a little inevitable.
The soft tissue injuries are insane in the NBA.
No,
right
you've
now.
talked about it.
They're
Steve
insane.
Kerr's not psyched.
No, he's not wrong. This is every NBA game right now. This is legit every freaking NBA game that you turn on right now. I know Zach Edey, it wasn't a soft tissue thing, but again, like you're already playing a Memphis team without John Morant, then Zach Edey goes out. So, you got a whole bunch of Jock Lawndale minutes that you got to watch. Like this is kind of what the NBA is this season right now. This is what it is how can teams survive all of the injury bugs that are going to crop up and hit them over the course of the year. And I'm here to tell you, Andy, like, I don't want to predict who it's going to be, but they're going to have more of this. There's only going to be more of this.
Yeah, because for those that missed it, it's because everybody's running all over the place to try to everything is, pedal to the metal, up and down the floor basketball.
And the level of athleticism among NBA players right now, it's unlike anything we've ever seen. The quick twitch athletes out there and the workload that they're putting on their bodies it's incredible. And I do think like it's going to take somebody saying, and quite frankly, Denver is kind of one of those teams to just say, we have to slow this pace. We can't play like this. And the Nuggets are playing, as Dan Hyatt pointed out on Friday, at one of the slower paces in the entire NBA, and that's what you get to do when you have Nikola Jokic. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, a reunion with an old friend, plus Thursday night, Joe Burrow returns. He speaks today. We talk about that next. You like winning tickets, do you? Well, let me give you another avenue by which you can win Avalanche tickets. That's by going to Roller Auctions website, roller.bid/altitude. Remember the /altitude part, because if that's what you use to sign up to bid at Roller Auction on all the great auctions, well, then that gets you registered to win tickets from us right here at Altitude Sports Radio. Congratulations, Colton Bruce. Colton Bruce. Well done, Colton. You won yourself a pair of tickets to the Avalanche Canadiens game on November 29th. Catered suite tickets. Our next giveaway, guys, get a load of this. New Year's Eve, Avs Blues. Wednesday, December 31st. That's still New Year's Eve. At 7 o'clock at Ball Arena, catered suite tickets. You want to win them? Go to roller.bid/altitude right now, and that gets you signed up to bid at Roller Auction, and that registers you to win tickets. And then you get on their email list, and they tell you when the December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is going to open. It should be any minute now. Get to Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, and check out the fantastic inventory of well-maintained used city-county vehicles available at great prices. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude and win tickets just like our lucky listener, Colton Bruce. Way to go, Colton. 5 o'clock means it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's dive right into it, Mark Springer.
Hey, let's do that high five. And we start by talking about a former Broncos legend, Von Miller, who is an edge rusher currently for the Washington Commanders, who the Broncos will play on Sunday Night Football. So Von has a podcast. It's called Free Range. It's the Free Range.
Because he likes the chickens.
Oh, that makes sense.
He was a poultry sciences major, remember?
That's right.
He's really into the chickens.
Hey, you got to study something.
Yeah.
When you're playing football at Texas A&M. Agriculture and military? Mining? I don't know. Either way.
Mechanics?
I know the A is agriculture. Either way. Von Miller on his Free Range podcast, he said that he reached out to Broncos GM George Paton in the offseason about possibly returning to Denver. Here's Von. Oh, that's awesome. My Dante sound card has gone out.
Agricultural and mechanical, Spring, and mechanical.
You were right.
I had it. I got to be honest with you. I think I did think it was mining.
I wasn't sure if it was military because they do all those push-ups. You know, they got the...
They do. The ROTC is really big down there.
Okay, let's see if this works now. Here's Von.
I was a free agent for a long time. I did reach out to the Denver Broncos, and I tried to be on the Denver Broncos as well, but it was just a short conversation with me and George Paton. Because at the same time, I want to be a GM, and I think that's not a secret. Whenever I look at teams, I'm looking at it from a GM perspective. And it just wasn't a fit for Von Miller to be on this team. The second string guys after Nick Benito and after Jonathan Cooper, those guys get sacks too. And I think they both had 5 sacks each. And they both play special teams and they do all the grunt work. Me, I'm a 3-point shooter. Like, I'm going to come in, I'm going to shoot a 3-point. Like, when I'm in the game, like, I'm ball hogging and I'm just trying to make a play, then they take me out. But they didn't really need that. They didn't really need that this year. They had guys that shot the 3 that came off the bench. So who knows what it'll look like this coming up year?
Yeah, Andy, he's in his Robert Mathis, Dwight Freeney era now.
Go get paid on a team that needs a pass rusher.
And go out on the field on third down. No one's asking you to stop the run because you can't really anymore. But go out there and you've got every move in the book and go and get sacks. And he's got 5 sacks so far on the year. So he's got that going for him. It's funny because he talks about it was a short conversation with he and George Paton. Like, yes, Jonah Ellis is good and DeAndre Tillman is good. Like, there already are good players in place. It's just when it comes to Von Miller and the Broncos and, like, doing it again, we're good, right?
Yeah.
It's not necessary.
No, you know what? This would have been an old Sean Payton at the Saints move had they done that.
Yeah.
I like the new, let's get young guys and keep the young guys going.
This is an ascendant team.
Yeah.
The Manders have the oldest defense in the NFL with Bobby Wagner and Von Miller out there. Like, okay, fine. Like, you guys, you do that thing. Like, the Broncos are, again, this is a team that's on the way up. Or, like, we hope that they're building consistent success with what they have at pass rusher.
And look, the way that DeAndre Tillman has played, the way that Jonah Ellis has played, I would not want Vaughn taking reps from
Q
them.
Robinson.
Q Robinson
as well.
That's another great call, Spring.
Yep.
If Vaughn wants to be Tim McKyer on the Broncos' first Super Bowl team, Tim McKyer, very famous player, really good in his day, barely saw the field for the Broncos on their first Super Bowl champion. A lot of people don't even realize he was on that team. That's how little he played.
Yeah.
That's what Vaughn would have been. You want to come here for the bare minimum. I mean, the bare minimum to come hang out here again. Maybe we'll do it. But
I will say this to Von Miller, all-time legend, future Hall of Famer, all that. You can come back and sign the one day, and we'll do the pomp and the circumstance.
Right. Get your number retired. Well,
yeah.
Ring of Fame, number retired, probably not.
Super Bowl MVP.
TD's number isn't retired. He's a Super Bowl MVP.
It's true. Best
MVP
player.
overall.
Yeah, I mean, they both were the best player on a Super Bowl winning team. You can only retire so many NFL numbers, too. No, you're right about that. That's a good call right there. If you're not going to do TD, then you can't do Vaughn. If you do TD, then you have to do Vaughn. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Deal is made.
There you go. You got that, Walton Penners? Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Thanksgiving night, the 6-5 Ravens host the 3-8 Bengals. Saw that the Ravens were 7.5-point favorites. Lines down to 7, moved half a point because Joe Burrow's playing.
Apropos of nothing on this game, I just saw footage of Lamar Jackson's press conference from earlier today. So you know how Lamar Jackson, he wears those shirts that have the very like snug hood on them that are kind of like ninja-esque. But when you take your football helmet off and you wear it, you just kind of look like Cornholio.
Yeah.
That's kind of the look that he had going on right there.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Spot on. So
also there was that one time where he did need TP for his
And he had a very uncomfortable run we all witnessed to get there.
Uh-huh. If any, but by the way,
the only time any of us could look like a pro athlete was that run.
Kids, if you ever want to have some giggles, put on the original Cornholio episode of Beavis and Butthead and just enjoy it.
All right, Beavis and Butthead Do America. That's a good one.
Now, kids, if you're used to the 2020s, just know
they're a little offensive.
The 90s were a different
They're
time.
a little offensive.
There's a lot going on there. You won't be ready for it.
Very funny, though.
Joe Burrow talking to the media today, and he was asked, does he understand why some people might say, hey, the Bengals should just sit you out the rest of the year because you're 3-8. Respect.
That's what Andy says.
Props to you for wanting to play, but what's the real point? You didn't win any of your recent games to keep yourselves in the hunt. Here's what Joe said today.
I understand why people feel that way, but if you look at it from my perspective, I'm a football player, and if I get hurt, I'm going to go through the rehab process, and then I'm going to let everybody know when I feel like I can go out there and play. I don't really know what else to say about that. I'm not going to ever go to somebody and say, yeah, I'm healthy, but I don't think I should go out there and play. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not going to live my life and play this game scared of something happening. Like, yeah, something's going to happen. It's football. Guys are going to get hurt. Guys are going to get concussions. You're going to break bones, tear ligaments. It's a physical, intense game. That's part of this. And, yeah, I've had injuries. There's not a lot I can do about that. I work really hard to have that not happen, but what I can do is when it does happen, I can control how I'm attacking my rehab and attacking practice and doing everything in my power to get back as quickly as possible. That's what I did.
It's such an awkward, it's an awkward place in the football calendar for him to get fully healthy, right?
Yeah, it is.
Like they're 3-8. Like they could win their last 6 and be 9-8 and have an outside shot, and he's the $300 million guy and the face of the franchise. Like the likelihood of them getting to the getting to the playoffs even, or let alone get to the Super Bowl, is very low. And yet, you can't look at the other guys in the building and be like, well, sorry, guys, I'm healthy, but I ain't going. Like, football just doesn't work that way.
No, you're right, but I do wonder two things. If Baltimore isn't sitting there leading the division at 6-5,
6-5, yep.
Brutal. He's probably not doing
Steelers are
this.
also, I believe, 6-5.
Yeah, so you are within shouting distance of the division leader, which you're going to have to win the division to get in.
Yeah.
Only one team's making it from that division, it appears right now.
Starts Thursday.
Also, is there maybe a little bit of him going, I can't have Joe Flacco lighting it up with these dudes every week. You're kind of making me look bad, right? Like, all of a sudden, I'm not so special because Joe Flacco is helping to put up 40 and 50 all the time. Do you realize, I heard this on a morning show this morning, do you realize Joe Flacco is taking less sacks than Joe Burrow? Think about that.
Like on a per game?
Yeah,
Yeah, but that kind of makes sense to me because Burrow is, in an effort to be a playmaker, is more likely to hang on to the football. 97-year-old Joe Flacco is like, it really
First
hurts.
read that's open, I'm getting rid of it.
Exactly. And that's why he's, one of the all-time leaders in pick
sixes. But again,
sixes.
that offense has functioned at a high level.
Yeah. No,
look, I love Joe Burrow.
Their weapons,
that's my dude.
Their weapons are something else, man.
I'm just telling you, I mean, again, he could talk about it. Yeah, I'm going to get hurt and I'm going to rehab. Yeah, but why?
Yeah.
Because again, offense isn't your problem. Defense is.
Yeah. And their offensive line. Omarion Hampton returns to practice for the Chargers. They have the Raiders this week. They desperately need Omarion Hampton back. Trayvon Morin got a game for punching Jawan Jennings and the Nads last night, and the Bills signed Brandon Cooks to add some speed to their offense. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, want to dive into a big issue on this Broncos defense and what to do about it going forward should Patrick Surtain be healthy. Plus, what was the best Nikola Jokic moment from last night's win at Memphis? We'll discuss that coming up next, as well as your next keyword. We have your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. What's it going to be? Find out on the other side of this wonderful commercial break on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is time for your 520 keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. You're getting 2 pairs of tickets. You're getting tickets to the Avalanche and Canadiens game Saturday at 1 o'clock, and then you're getting tickets to the DU and Minnesota game, college hockey, at 7 o'clock, all at Ball Arena. Your keyword right now is Wayne. Wayne.
As in Newton.
Text
who plays Vegas.
Wayne with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for tickets to the Avalanche and the Canadiens on Saturday. And then 1 o'clock is the that's the 1 o'clock game is the Avs and the Canadiens, and then DU and Minnesota at 7. Both games at Ball Arena. What a day! If you're looking to score awesome Christmas gifts, the Avs host the Utah Mammoth on December 23rd, and then the Kings and the Blues on the 29th and the 31st. You are welcome. We just took care of your Christmas shopping at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. Again, your 520 keyword is Wayne. Text Wayne along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's because Wayne Gretzky is on the is number 2 on the all-time list of 2-goal games in NHL history.
By the way, Texter Matt has found a USA Today in the print copy.
Nice job, Matt.
Way to go.
You can still get him at King Soopers.
Can you?
Yeah. There's the newspaper rack in the front. I've seen them.
With that number 4 ranking, why would you want to?
That's a great question.
Huh?
Yeah. They're the lone doubters by saying the Broncos are only the 4th best team in the NFL. Again, your keyword is Wayne, plus your first and last name. Text that to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win Avs and Canadiens tickets coming up here on Saturday, which should be a lot of fun. Avs back in action tomorrow night against the Sharks on the last night before Thanksgiving.
When? Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night.
Avalanche Sharks.
That's right.
How come that doesn't ring with you anymore? You're the one that brought it to us.
What?
You're the one that endured the movie.
I would tell everybody.
And now you forget.
This Thanksgiving season, eschew planes, trains, and automobiles.
Screw the new Stranger Things, which releases tomorrow night.
You don't need to rewatch the Beatles anthology. No. Avalanche Sharks.
Oh, crap.
It's a phenomenal film, let me tell you. You'll enjoy it. I got a Riley Moss question for you. Jahdae Barron has got some really good metrics.
He does.
Jaquan McMillan got hosed on Defensive Player of the Week
Absolutely.
after the Kansas City game. Andy, is there a world where Jahdae Barron, first-round pick, has played his way into starting outside corner, relegating Riley Moss to spot duty?
Not yet.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. I think everybody's in the spot you need him to be in right now. I think, because here's the thing. You're allowed to use Jahdae Barron as the chess piece, as we like to talk about it. You can put him in a little bit in the backer spot. He's been covering a lot of the tight ends. You can drop him to safety, move Hufanga up, and let him play that dime backer position. I just think, I'll go back to your Nuggets comp from last hour. It's all working well. Don't mess with any of it. Now, if we near the playoffs and you're on this long run of 50-yard PIs, you might have to think about it. But I would ask you this. I think you get through this year, you do what you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're probably not going to be able to pay Riley Moss. Is he the guy you trade this offseason?
Knowing full well that
you got Jahdae Barron, maybe you give some money that you saved to Jaquan McMillan, as you said. So
Abrams drain gives you the...
Yep.
But the deal on Jaquan, by the way, is I believe he's still restricted.
Yep.
Yeah, so like...
And he's a hell of a nickel corner, which you don't want to go throwing out of bed.
Depending on whatever tender you put on him...
You can make it tough to...
Those guys almost never get moved. Those guys stick. He will be back here next year. In all likelihood.
A good nickel corner that knows how to get through the traffic is as good as a good middle linebacker back in the day who used to The middle linebacker needed to know how to get to the ball carrier without letting all the crap get in his way, and a good nickel does the same.
Here's a couple of numbers that Cosminer had today. Quarterbacks are only completing 52.8% of their passes when targeting Riley Moss, among the lowest rates in the league for high-volume corners. Receivers are creating, on average, only 1.9 yards of separation against Moss, according to Next Gen. Only Quinyon Mitchell for the Eagles, who is really good, is above Riley Moss there. He is a good tackler. He is generally limited yards after catch so far this season. You know, he just has the penalty problem.
Yeah, I would ask you.
Like, that's the funny thing about it, Andy. When he's not getting PIs,
he's really good.
He's really good.
But I would also say this, just to play devil's advocate, and let me be clear, I'm a big Riley Moss fan. I like the guy. I think he's a hell of a player.
Yeah.
When I say you're not going to be able to afford him, that is that's a compliment. It means he's going to be able to get a contract that the Broncos just probably aren't going to be able to fit under their cap with possibly a pending Bo Nix deal. But how many of the metrics would change if he's not getting those PIs? Like if there was a more definitive, you knocked the ball away or the guy caught it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because the penalties don't factor into any of this, does it?
No. The penalties are, you know.
It's like a play that didn't happen.
Exactly. Yeah. It essentially wipes it off the board, but then you rack up massive penalty yardage, and people can also track that. They know, okay, that's all well and good, but like, why is he so tight in coverage? Well, he's too handsy, and it's savvy quarterbacks. Like, the book is out. Mariota is gonna know this. Geno's gonna know this. Every quarterback they see the rest of the way this year. If it's third down and long, and I got a one-on-one going up against Riley Moss, hey, guess what? My guy's 25 yards down the field. I'll throw it 23 yards, and I will watch Riley Moss not adjust and take a flag on an underthrow.
Did it not feel like Patrick Mahomes was trying to dial that up all game,
absolutely.
the first half?
Absolutely.
And then he finally accepted they weren't going to call enough of these. Let me just go back to the short passes and keep a drive going.
Right. But when he could go and get the penalty, I mean, hell, Dable coached Jackson Dart into doing it.
Yeah.
It's very doable. This Broncos run game without J.K. Dobbins.
Not good.
What's an expectation for what this can be going forward right here with R.J. Harvey? Jeff Legwold yesterday, I thought, gave a great analysis of what's going on with Harvey. And as he said, R.J. Harvey sees the field a little too well. Just take the crack of daylight and take your 4 yards sometimes. Hell, sometimes take your 2 yards. But that he still needs to learn that part of the game. Broncos, 27 explosive runs this year. That's runs of 12 or more yards. They had none in that game against Kansas City. Again, it's one game sample size. Who knows? Maybe they'll go out and just gash up the Manders on Sunday night. But R.J. Harvey is not the same back that J.K. Dobbins is, because Dobbins' decisiveness, to me, is his finest quality as a back.
Well, and Harvey, his impact has come in the passing game, not as much just being a runner of the football. If you can't find a back to trust, and I really wish they would have got Dameon Pierce, but they didn't, which is odd. Still would love to know the story behind that. Was there more money involved? What happened?
Also, Dameon Pierce, doesn't he average like less than 4 yards per carry for his career?
He does, but
not that good.
Well, but this is a good offensive line to play behind.
That's true.
And it's a better option than I think of what you have now. Look, healthy Dobbins, you're not even worried about Dameon Pierce, but you don't have a healthy Dobbins anymore. Do you trust there's enough in Jaleel McLaughlin to get it done?
No, I don't trust that there's enough in any one individual. It's just, okay, can you, between the concert of the three of them, of Bidet and McLaughlin and R.J. Harvey, do you get a good enough semblance of a run game now without Dobbins in there? Man, that's a critical loss.
Yeah, and don't you got to go back, maybe dial up a little more of that Marvin Mims thing you were doing?
Sure, yeah. Get the ball into his hand.
Any of that versus the Chiefs.
Yeah, get the ball into his hands in whatever way that you possibly can. Andy, you might have missed. There was a baseball trade today. I just want to point out really quickly. So the Red Sox added to their rotation. They acquired Sonny Gray from the St. Louis Cardinals. Sonny Gray, the former Oakland Athletic, good veteran pitcher.
But is he an ace?
Great question. I got an ace name for you, okay? This is what the Cardinals got in the trade for Sonny Gray. They got left-handed prospect Brandon Clark, as well as right-hander Richard Fitz.
Okay.
Richard Fitz.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
We're just going to leave it at that.
That's all we're going to leave it at. Richard Fitz.
There's no need for nicknames.
Is now pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals. Mm-hmm.
Would you think about going by Dickey in that case?
Hey. Richard Fitz. Best of luck to our friend Benjamin Hockman, who's going to have to cover this guy.
What's his war?
It's probably like a snug 5 or 6. Anyway,
not a 6 or a 7.
Hey, there it is.
Nice. Get it all working in.
Richard Fitz. What was your favorite Jokic moment last night? I got 2 contenders.
No, I mean, come on, it's the behind the back pass.
You sure?
That pass was stupid. Stupid.
That shot at the end of the third quarter was mountains as stupid.
I know, but I'm just so used to it. I love the eyes in the back of the head guy.
Yeah, but this one was like the heaves.
It was a jump shot. I get it. It's
a 43-foot jumper. He shot that. He basically was as casual about that as I am like taking free throws at the rec center. And he rained it. Let's get it. Here we go. Last play of the third quarter last night. 2-point-something left on the clock. Inbound to Joker at the logo. Roll it, Spring.
So now Peyton Watson from his own side of the floor will inbound it. Denver has 2.2 seconds left. And here we go. Inbound goes over to Jokic. Half-court shot. Got it at the horn! He did it again! That was a jump shot from the mid-court circle like he was 8 feet away from the rim. Nothing but net.
Great call by Kaz. He was
great
dead
call.
on. He was
great description.
There was nothing extra put into the shot. And it was nothing but net.
It was a horse shot.
Yes. For the ultimate horse guy.
But what I love is I love the guys that display, and Jokic has done it a bunch, Peyton Manning's done it. Like, there's select athletes in any sport. Nate's got a little of it. I love the guy that looks like the Matrix. And when I talk about the Matrix, you just seem to know what is going to happen before it happens. And he slings the behind the back with a little English to Peyton Watson while nobody's the wiser.
Roughly 5
Not even
minutes
really looking.
left in the game. Mid-dribble. Roll it, Spring.
Jokic points over to Jamal Murray, hands it off to him. He turns the corner, back over to Joker. He's guarded by Aldama, 5 on the clock. He gets a behind-the-back pass over to Peyton Watson. You gotta be kidding me. He spins over his left side, throws it with his left hand, and has Watson wide open for a dunk. Oh, my God, that's one of the best passes he's ever had.
Another great call by Kaz. What I loved about this one was like, and he doesn't have to gather the ball because his hands are just mitts. They're water polo. It's insane what he's able to do with his hands. He was dribbling with his left hand. He was backing down on Aldama, and then like the pass happened like in the motion of the dribble. You know what I'm saying? Like, I promise you, Santi Aldama just thought he was going to dribble the ball again. But it was whipped with English, and then it went right into, like, Peyton Watson will never have an easier bucket in his life. Like, it was served up to him where basically the pass started his shooting motion.
Yeah, it was like running him into the play.
Yeah. Did you see the Memphis bench, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Those dudes were all just like, huh?
You got to be kidding me.
Yes.
What'd you just do? Those are the ones I love. Again, I wish the one to Bruce Brown the other night would have counted.
I know. And Jamal's pass to Zeke in the corner last night was sick. That was also a left hand behind the back. God, Jamal Murray had another really good game last night. He had one turnover, and it was like a late traveling call on what was essentially a meaningless possession. My favorite Jamal moment last night was when he went ISO on Jock Lawndale and then hit the step back three, and he and Landale are running back down the floor just laughing about it. Like that was a good moment right there. Jock Landale, by the way, had a good game. He's on the short list of dudes that I have seen bother Nikola Jokic before.
Where was he before? Was
Phoenix.
he a Clipper? Okay.
He was in
a
Phoenix.
Sun. That's
Remember,
right.
he was the backup to Ayton in that series where they beat him in 6 a couple of years ago. But, like, physical dude, big stiff, Jock Landale, but, like, one of the guys that has the physicality to at least bang with Jokic. He's on the short list.
Yeah, he's one of those guys where I think Jokic feels what it's like to deal with Jokic.
Right.
Where I hit you and you go nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. And then he ultimately just has to out agile them basically, and that's how he beats those dudes.
Yeah.
But Landale's he's a big horse of a human being too. So he can bang around with the Joker.
Dan wants to know what it would be like if our guy Fitz was stepping into the box. Digging in.
Well,
getting ready to take an AB.
That's why Richard Fitz stays on the mound.
Sure.
We'll never know.
Richard Fitz is no Shohei Ohtani.
It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your key word to win tickets to the Avs and the Canadiens, as well as DU and Minnesota. The keyword is Wayne. Text Wayne to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. And you are entered for tickets to the Avalanche and the Canadiens on Saturday. Again, the word is Wayne.
The name,
Wayne. Wayne.
Not your love is waning.
Wayne. No, it's not. Nothing's waning.
It's Wayne.
Yeah. By the way,
as in Gretzky.
Is it supposed to wane outside this weekend?
It may snow. What does that look for? You didn't like getting that one? What did you what were you violated by the Jason Kelsey laugh? What's going on?
I still hate that one. I really do.
Sombor guy?
You knew that one was coming.
I do. I feel like the Kelseys are more insulting than Sombor guy. Because here's the thing. Sombor guy, he meant it in that moment.
He was giddy.
He was giddy.
Because there was a Sombor shuffler, baby.
The Kelseys were over laughing. That was a Dion, right?
Yeah, that was Jason.
Yeah.
Travis did not. I think Travis finally laughed at his brother laughing. I think Travis found it funny.
That was
really
too much. Because it wasn't. It was fine, is what it was. It was fine.
Did he not look extra bothered by that? Did you see
I think he basked in it for a second.
He did not have a good look on his face.
I was genuflecting in myself.
He was dog cussing you in his head.
The Kelseys do bother me. As well as the Kelsey laugh. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, Dion is sitting down Julian Lewis. What becomes of this? Plus, I got a fun little game show before we get out of here on a Tuesday afternoon. We're going to test out our guy Andy Lindahl coming up next. News out of Boulder today, Andy, not terribly surprising. Julian Lewis is not going to play against K-State on Saturday to preserve his red shirt. He's at exactly 4 games. If you play a 5th, you burn your red shirt. And today, Dion got the question about whether or not the decision about Juju's red shirt had been made, and here's what Dion said.
On Saturday night after the game, Juju kind of left the door open to possibly not playing this week and redshirting.
Yeah.
Has that decision been made? Do you know if he'll play this week?
Yeah, it has. I'll tell you about the conclusion of it. Yeah, it has.
Okay.
Yeah. Dion said he made the decision that Juju would redshirt, and he's going to do what's best for the kid, what's best for his family, and what's best for this wonderful university. Well, the best for the university part is,
not getting worked in another road game.
Well, that, and also, if he stays, which that's always the tricky part. And, we talked to Chad Brown about it before, and you don't need to hear rumors to know Jordan Seaton is going to be one of the most eagerly sought-after players in the portal this upcoming offseason in college football.
Yeah, what's he missed? 4 or 5 straight games?
Yeah. The bag is there. We know that. That's a future, day 1 or day 2 NFL draft pick. We know how good that guy is.
What if he was a future Bronco? Said you needed to tackle.
They do. They sure do. He'd be a good one. Not bad, right? Yeah, so and Julian Lewis, hey, he could be back. He could say, all right, I'll honor my commitment and I'll stay at the University of Colorado, and if Dion is back, I'm going to be back and all of that. I just, Andy, he has shown the flashes. He's very young. He should still be in high school. And he has shown the flashes of his abilities and what he can do. He's going to be a very good college quarterback. My question for you is, where is he going to be a very good college quarterback?
Yeah, I don't know. Revisiting the Chad Brown interview, and it was at 4 o'clock if you missed it. He joins us every Tuesday. He had said that he's heard the rumor mill that both Lewis and Seaton, if Seaton leaves, then Lewis may join him. So we'll see. I don't know. What's the future of Coach Prime? I don't know. Because I think if his health is good, he'll be back. Again, I talked to somebody up there that wasn't part of the broadcast crew, that's somebody that I trust, that says they believe that Coach Prime does not want to go out this way, does not want this bad record.
Wouldn't think so.
As his bad record.
It's a bad look.
But again, at the end of the day, he's
also got
dealing
health
with a very serious illness
that
can, unfortunately, our buddy Vic Lombardi has proven. He's been open about it. Matter of fact, Vic and Coach Prime are going to get together in a couple weeks, and they're going to talk about men's health.
Mm-hmm.
Because Vic has returned. Vic is still dealing with this. So I hope Coach Prime avoids that.
Yeah.
But you don't know. And I would be curious to know, when he gets back to that ranch in Texas where he went fishing over the first bye week, and he sits down and he just lets the season off his back, how hard was it? How tired is he from it? And what happens from there? If Coach Prime leaves and none of these guys are back, I'm confident of that.
No, you're getting a brand new football program if Dion is done. Let's listen to Dion's further extended explanation on the decision to keep Julian Lewis with his red shirt by only playing 4 games.
Let me give you guys this right now. I've made a decision that Juju is going to redshirt. That's my decision. I want what's best for the kid, what's best for his family, what's best for this wonderful university that has given me the tremendous opportunity and given him an opportunity. I think for the program, it's best for everyone, but mainly it's great for him. So I'm not going to say he was happy, because he's a competitor. He wants to compete. He wants to play. His father, they cut from the same cloth. We had that conversation as well. Not that he forced it, that I know him. So we had that conversation. So Kane Salter would start this week's stop, would be the backup therefore, unless something crazy happens, an injury or whatever, in practice. But that's where we're going. So It's not like he came to me saying, Coach, this is not. He's not built like that. That kid wants to play. He wants to compete, and I love him for it. He really does.
It is doing right by the kid.
There's no doubt about that, because to your point, the best thing for the university is if it is the best thing if he were to get 2 or 3 years out of this thing and the redshirt year didn't matter. Man, it feels like in modern college football, especially as talented as I think that kid is.
Yeah.
I'll be shocked if he plays 3 years of college football. Now, he is so young, maybe he'll have to, I guess. But
also, the dollars keep these guys in college for much longer.
You're right,
and he's going to make a lot.
But I mean, listen, even if he were to come back next year and light it up, but he's not, they don't compete the way he wants to, he could be gone again.
Exactly.
All you're doing, it is, Coach Prime's not lying. It's the best move for the kid. We'll see if it's the best move for the university.
All right, Andy, before we get out of here on a Tuesday afternoon, and we're going to announce our winner on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up here in just a few minutes. But I got a fun one here for you as we wrap up here on a Tuesday. We're going to play a little game that I like to call Good or Not Good.
Good.
Good or not good. I'll give you a team, Andy. You tell me if they're good or not good.
Ooh.
You ready to play good?
I'm not sure. Let's go.
Or not good?
Yeah. Depends on the teams.
Andy, the Toronto Raptors, good or not good?
Why are we starting with them? I know nothing about the Toronto Raptors. Nate, the Toronto Raptors, good or not good?
That is the point here, Andy. Are the Toronto Raptors good or not good?
My gut would say not good, but I don't know. Are they actually good?
Andy, the Toronto Raptors are good. They have won 8 in a row. They have the second best record in the Eastern Conference. Brandon Ingram, RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes all averaging at least 19 a game. Ingram went for 37 last night against Cleveland. Andy, the Toronto Raptors are good. Andy, the St. Louis Blues, good or not good?
They're not good, Bob. I'm never going to say Bennington's good. They're not good.
They are not good. You are correct
You're
on that.
You're stealing pucks from Ovechkin. Get out of here.
They are 7-10-6 with a minus 24 goal differential. Only Nashville is worse in the NHL than the St. Louis Blues. They are not good.
Minus 24.
Yeah, pretty bad. Mm-hmm. Andy, the Indiana Pacers, good or not good?
Are they surprisingly good despite being hurt? Oh.
They are not good.
No, there's nothing surprising. They suck.
They are like most lottery balls bad. They are 2-15. Their injury list is, like, obviously, besides not having Tyrese Halliburton, Mathurin's only played 6 games. I think Obi Toppin has played in 3 games. Nembhard, Neesmith, McConnell, these guys have all been banged up this year. Things are so bad with the Pacers, they have had to suit up Mac McClung this season. The Pacers are definitively not good.
So is that the new marker when you go and grab old school dunk champion Mac McClung?
Right.
Who bounces around the G League to be on your team for 5 minutes? That's when you know you suck.
Andy, the Detroit Red Wings, good or not good?
Not good. Oh, they're good.
The Detroit Red Wings are good. They are second in the Atlantic right now. Dylan Larkin leads the team in goals and assists. Their power play is actually scoring at a pretty surprisingly good rate, even better than the Avalanches right now. The Detroit Red Wings are good. The Detroit Pistons, let's keep it in the Motor City, Andy. The Pistons, good or not good?
Good.
Oh, the Pistons are really good.
Yeah.
They have won 13 in a row. Check this out. So, remember a couple of years ago, the Pistons lost 28 games in a row?
Yeah.
Well, they lost their 13th straight game in Indiana on November 24th. Last night in 2025, they won their 13th straight game in Indiana on November 24th.
My, how the turntables have turned.
They sure have turned. The Detroit Pistons, quite good. Jalen Duren, one of the more fun players in the NBA right now.
You have one more?
The Toronto Maple Leafs, good?
Not
or
good.
Not good.
Not
They are
good,
not
Bob.
good. No.
They lost
no.
everybody.
21 points in 22 games. Worst record in the East. They are definitively not good.
I thought you were going to give me like Baltimore. Are they good or are they not good?
Nope.
And then we would debate.
Nope. I'm going to ask you about obscure, out-of-market teams that are having weird seasons. Like, do you realize the Clippers suck?
Yeah, it's good.
The team that the Nuggets slugged it out for 7 games last year, and Kawhi's only played 7 games, and the Bradley Beal thing didn't work. The Clippers are not good.
Good. Bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Good.
Beal's got the bad hip,
He does.
the tiny fracture.
Nothing's working for these guys. That has been your new 87th favorite bit in Kreckman and Lindahl lore. Good or not
that's
good?
at least a top 80.
That thing's contending for top 67, okay? Good or not good? Spring, do we have a ticket winner on an Avalanche
We
Ticket
do.
Tuesday? We do. Is it Richard Fitz?
I wish. It is instead Aiden Hansen.
Aiden Hansen. Aiden Hansen.
Not Hutchinson.
No.
Hansen.
The long-lost Hansen brother, Aiden. Congratulations, Aiden Hansen. You have won tickets to both the Avs-Canadiens game on Saturday as well as the DU-Minnesota game. 2 for the price of none.
Now, are they both at Ball Arena, you're saying?
They are. 1 o'clock for the Avs game, 7 o'clock for the DU-Minnesota game. That's a great day of hockey right there. Congratulations, Aiden Hansen. Bop your way on over to Ball Arena on Saturday. Well done. We are back tomorrow.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
See? Mm-hmm.
See, again, it's Spring been wise.
Yeah.
You might have been Kelsey'd twice.
Nothing, though. Nothing, though. Spring just
No,
won.
I'm here for Mbop references.
Oh, you like Hansen, do you? Then why'd you cut the hair? Why'd you cut the hair if you're showing the Hansen?
Well, he can't be. He's not
Although
a Hansen brother.
Hansen cut their hair too.
They did.
Actually,
Did they really?
Modern Hansen looks more like Mark Springer now.
Okay. Are they like making like emo albums now? Are they all sad?
Spoken word. Like at the end of Rockstar where Marky Mark's in the coffee house. That's Hansen.
Is Hansen
Poetry.
their Lulu era? That'll do it for us. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and we look forward to chatting with you then. For
Nuggets tickets tomorrow.
Yeah, Nuggets ticket tomorrow on Nuggets ticket Wednesday. So make sure you tune in for Andy and Spring. I'm Nate. The Blitz, Spring and Birdo for the next 7 hours. They're doing 7 consecutive hours, no breaks, sports talk radio. It's going to be like a sports talk almond